It's good to see you all after long years of wait, with all smiling faces. Namaste, Vanakkam, Suswagatam. A very warm welcome to all the dignitaries, the speakers, IOD members, Masterclass alumni, our Conclave partners, and each and everyone present here for this IOD Western Regions Directors Conclave, themed Best Board Practices and Processes. Light, bright, and enlight. They just don't rhyme. They have a deeper meaning too. So let's begin to fill in the positivity around us with a lamp lighting. I would now like to request all the dignitaries for lighting the lamp. May I first request our chief guest, Mr. O.P. Bhatt, followed by Dr. Nayan Mehta, Mr. Shankar Gargapathy, Mr. Shailesh Bhakti sir, Mr. Vikesh Walia, to come close to the lamp to do the honors for us. I now request all the dignitaries to kindly step on stage. Firstly, Mr. O.P. Bhatt, our chief guest for the day, followed by Mr. Shankar Gargapathy, Mr. Nayan Mehta, Mr. Shailesh Bhakti, and Mr. Vikesh Walia, sir. Please make it to the stage. On behalf of IOD, with a bouquet of flowers. Thank you, sir. Let me begin the inaugural session for all we are waiting for by first inviting Mr. Vikesh Walia, Honorary Zonal Director for IOD. Maybe you think that he needs no introduction as he's always around us, but to the unversed, let me keep it short, that he is a former board of directors of Times of India Group and presently on multiple non-profit boards as a non-executive director. In addition to being an author as well, he is an alumni of IOD Masterclass for Directors and as well a fellow member for IOD. He is also a member of IOD National Governing Council plus a founding member of IOD Foundation. He is highly passionate about board training, having led the training of over 1,000 directors till date, which is a kind of record. Mr. Vikesh Walia, sir, I invite you to the dais to deliver the opening address.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and especially the dignitaries here on the stage. A very warm welcome to our chief guest, Mr. O.P. Bhatt, the board icon of India, Mr. Nayan Mehta, the CFO of Bombay Stock Exchange, the best run stock exchange in the country, definitely, Mr. Shankar Gargapathy, the country manager and CEO of Lloyd's in India, the best known name globally on insurance and risk management, Mr. Shailesh Haribhakti is our own chairman of IOD in Western India, plus he is the board guru of India, always available for any guidance on board and contributes immensely in board management in many ways. Today's conference, the Conclave for Best Board Practices, is after a period of 2 years. I'm so very happy and pleased to see all our members and fellow alumni here after a gap of good 2 years. We had last conference at Taj Lands End at Bandra on CSR. That was an international conference in March 2020. And now this one. And for this conference, when I approached Mr. Shailesh Haribhakti for guidance on the theme, Mr. Shailesh Haribhakti said, Vikesh, keep it simple. Don't go in for the jargons which are floating around with corporate governance today, and keep it as simple as the best board practices and processes for everyone. He said, Vikesh, it is only the basics, the fundamentals that people ignore, they happen to overlook. It's time that we make them revisit to this, and it is worth revisiting many times. So we got to this theme of IOD's Directors Conclave on best board practices and processes. Supporting this are the 4 panel discussions that we have set up. First panel discussion is on ESG and BRSR, process improvement. Second panel discussion is on digitization. It is about ushering digitalization into the boardrooms. Third panel discussion is about the risk management, and it is chaired by Mr. Shankar Gargapathy, and it is about transforming risks into opportunities. Every risk is an opportunity. And finally, at the end, we have the board committees, enhancing board committees' performance, and which is the very heart of the corporate governance and board management. I'm sure you are going to have a packed day for this, and before we end the day, we will also have a formal welcome ceremony for all our fellow members and the life members. Normally, we do this in smaller numbers, but now we have a stock of good 2 years, last 2 years, more than 50, 60 fellow members and life members joined us in Mumbai. So they are all here, and we will be formally welcoming them at about 5:15. And it's so very heartening to see that more and more people wanting to join, become our members, and we have a packed day ahead. And the president of IOD will be joining us through a video message. For some urgent reasons, he had to change his travel plan. And I look forward to a very packed day, your participation, and I hope this is going to be a very fulfilling day for all of you when we listen to the learned speakers, and particularly our inaugural address from the chief guest, Mr. O.P. Bhatt, Mr. Shankar Gargapathy, Mr. Nayan Mehta, and Mr. Shailesh Haribhakti. Have a good day, and looking forward to more on this. Thank you.
Now, I have the privilege to invite Mr. Shailesh Haribhakti, Chairman of IOD Western Region and Chairman of this conclave as well. Mr. Haribhakti is a gold medalist chartered accountant, one of the youngest faculty of IIM Ahmedabad, and has also been the youngest board of director on a PSU board at the age of just 25 years. In addition, that's great. As an auditor, he has contributed to corporate governance through his board membership on multiple boards as chairman and independent director of well-known Indian private PSUs and multinational companies such as Blue Star, NSDL, ACC Limited, and Times of India Group, to name a few. He is ESG and green economy evangelist, also an author of 2 popular books, and a very staunch person when it comes to speaking. He often contributes to government policies and is part of committees such as CII, FICCI, IMC, SEBI, and more. May I now request Mr. Shailesh Haribhakti ji to kindly deliver the welcome address. Followed by a round of applause, please. Yes.
Morning, everybody. Such a delight to see a full house in this historic place. I was telling Mayank Bhai that it is only because of the tremendous aura that this particular hall has that we have this fantastic audience and this great seminar. But Saab, I must thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here. He has just come back from a very long stay away from the country, and he is doing us a great honor by being with us at this inaugural session. Thank you very much, Bhatt Saab. And Shankar, there cannot be any conclave or any discussion on governance without thinking about risk. And so to have you as a person who is committing support to this conclave is indeed a great privilege. Thank you so much. I must take 30 seconds to acknowledge the extraordinary commitment of Mr. Walia. All of us know him. He lives, breathes, eats, does everything which is connected with IOD. And this conclave, I must say, he has carried the entire burden on his shoulders so brilliantly. Thank you, Mr. Walia, for all your commitment. But because our subject is best board practices and processes, let me just share with you 3 practices which I find have become extraordinarily important. And they are new and they are the best practices. So the first practice that I would bring to your attention is the practice of converting simple CSR committees into sustainability and CSR committee, or CSR and ESG committee. Almost all the boards that I sit on have decided to bring these 2 aspects together. And I think this is a fantastic best practice. Every board must capture the essence of what CSR as a regulatory, legal framework has given to our country. And ours is the only country in the world which has this mandatory 2% spend on corporate social responsibility. And if you just think for a while, there is a deep connection between ESG, sustainability, and CSR. And so it is very important as a leading board practice to bring these thoughts and ideas together and extend the remit of the CSR committee. Again, I must point out that India is the first country in the world where a regulator has more or less mandated that we should report through a very well-constructed framework about which we will discuss in the first session, the BRSR framework. And so it's important for us to bring all these learnings together and deliver the best we can to our community, to our people, to our customers, to our suppliers, and to our planet. So I think this is a practice that I would recommend everybody pools in. The second best practice that I would like to narrate is the recasting of the risk management committee to a risk and opportunity management committee. Because often we get so obsessed with the internal issues that seem risky. So the entire remit of the risk management committee becomes very internally focused. So all the inputs that come to the risk management committee are about internal corporate risks, whereas the largest risks are outside. And embedded in every risk is perhaps an opportunity. And so, again, we are beginning to do this. We are completely recasting the remit of risk management committees. And we've done this particularly effectively at a young company called, it's not young, but it's just been renamed as Protean, which was earlier the NSDLE governance, where we have completely switched the focus from just an obsession with internal risks to an obsession with what is it that in the space of e-governance can be brought into the company's frameworks. And so the entire discussion switches to strategic issues, issues of the long term, issues which make the company future ready. And just this morning before I came here, I learned that BSNL, almost not very sort of on top of our mind recall, telecom enterprise, wants to move completely to cloud-based interfaces. So we should see another big opportunity and innovation coming from a company that we had almost lost consciousness about, in a sense. And this is the greatest best practice that we can adopt. Restructure, reorient, put yourself in the path of what can transform and what can completely change the direction that you have been following in the past. And for that, you need to bring in the outside-in perspective and the inside-out perspective. And that is why it is so important to think about risk and opportunity as coming together in the Risk and Opportunities Committee. And the final thing I would talk about is making compliance a religion and as part of your DNA. And therefore, it has to be so deeply ingrained and integrated into the board processes that you can afford to reduce the time that you spend on discussing compliance at board meetings. At one time, we used to spend, Mr. Bhatt would recall, 40-50% of the time of the board on issues which were largely compliant. Today, we can get by in the best run boards, spending just 4 to 6% of the time on compliance, because the only thing we are interested in are the exceptions and the root causes that led to that exception. So we have Jaideep here in the audience somewhere who has given us a whole great digital approach to making compliance happen. And I think it is critical that every board, compliance is like breathing air. If there's a law, you have to follow it. If there's a regulation, you have to comply with it. There's no argument about it. And so it is not as if you should get satisfied that you have moved from 85% to 90% compliance. The aim has to be 100%. Nothing short will matter. But the great delivery that this I am sensing is providing to boards is it is opening up the board's time to discuss strategic issues which will dramatically alter the course of the governed enterprise, whatever it may be, whether it is an NGO or it is a government organization or it is a company or it is a startup, wherever. I feel it is so critical that the engagement and the time allocation of the board shifts totally to issues which will help the future to be sustainable, help the future to be better, and make everybody in the organization future ready in a sense. So I thought I'll leave these 3 thoughts before you to consider and mull over and discuss and debate through the day. And I'm sure that we will hear some phenomenal insights. You know, every time I hear Mr. O.P. Bhatt, I get completely new knowledge. And I'm so delighted that he's going to be here to speak to us. Thank you, sir. All the best to you.
Now it's time to hear from Lieutenant General J.S. Ahluwalia. Though he is not present here physically among us, I would request the team to kindly play his video message. Talking about Lieutenant General J.S. Ahluwalia, sir, he is the President of IOD and the World Environment Foundation. A postgraduate in electronics engineering and MBA, he has provided a lot of guidance in engineering support to weapons systems of the Army. He has undergone extensive training in various manufacturing concerns in France, UK, USSR, and Japan. He is a chartered engineer and fellow member of a large number of foreign and Indian professional engineering and management institutions. He has been the chairman of Institution of Engineers, India, president of Delhi Management Association and chairman of Safety and Quality Forum, Institution of Engineers. I now request the team to kindly play the video message.
Special guests, IOD members, ladies and gentlemen, I'm especially honored to welcome Shri O.P. Bhattji, Independent Director, Hindustan Unilever, Tata Steel and TCS, and the former Chairman of SBI, Mr. Shankar Gargapathy, CEO and Country Manager, Lloyds India, Mr. Nayan Mehta, CFO, Bombay Stock Exchange, Mr. Shailesh Bhakti, Chairman Hari Bhakti Group and Chairman of L&T Finance and Independent Director in a number of top companies, also Honorary Chairman of IOD Western Region. Mr. Vikesh Walia, Honorary Zonal Director of IOD Western Region. Well, it's a great pleasure for me to welcome you all at this special Regional Directors Conclave on the theme Best Board Practices and Processes being held in this prestigious hall of Bombay Stock Exchange. A few words about IOD, a membership-based, not-for-profit, independent and sole professional association of corporate directors in India. Its main role is to prepare future directors and keep them updated for their important role, prepare effective boards for the future, represent directors' concerns with government, statutory bodies, and media, and associate with government and regulation authorities for corporate governance reforms, codes, and compliances. IOD's main activities, apart from membership services and training of directors, include networking of directors through a state of such regional, national, and international conventions organized in our own metro towns and 3 of them held abroad annually in London, Dubai, and Singapore. A board research and advisory wing carries out board surveys for good corporate governance and boardroom practices, assess boards in their compliance issues like annual board and directors' performance assessment, reporting requirements of ESG like BRSR, integrated reporting system, and so on, and include training of the boards on foresight for an eye on the future. Focus on raising the quality of boardroom to keep them at par with global standards is by raising the self-assessment criteria of corporate functional verticals in 14 different areas, practices and processes through competition under annual Golden Peacock Institutional Awards. The agenda of any high-performing board includes ensure board is well composed, compact, independent, diverse in all respects, including gender, with dynamic, qualified directors having the right specialization and experience as per a well-planned board matrix. Preferably an independent chairman and selected qualified independent directors with a long-term vision, clear about what drives value in the organization, and conversant with latest global business dynamics, corporate laws and rules, including board's listing requirements and other compliance issues. Corporate strategy and performance indicators, both financial and non-financial, tangibles and intangibles. Stakeholders' vision and inspirations, and to vanguard of minority shareholders. adequate financial literacy, and being conversant with emerging technologies like digitization, cloud, artificial intelligence, blockchain, etc., and to keep them ahead of the curve. The regulatory prescriptions rely heavily on independent directors. The success of the board is largely a function of quality and diversity of experience and skills of the team of directors on the board. IOD's own handbook on the board is a guide for the best boardroom practices on top effective boards which add real value to the organization. Today's corporate landscape is vastly different. 1/3 of Indian companies still are family controlled. The change is pushing companies to be more transparent and accountable. The board's approach towards stakeholder engagement, disclosures, corporate governance, and ESG have become vital for their sustainable energy. The biggest excellence case for good governance and long-term sustainability is well established. Key elements of good governance include honesty, ethics, transparency, trust, integrity, responsibility, accountability, and mutual respect. These depend on the leadership role played by their boards. Every board is heavily dependent on the effectiveness of its key committees, covering vital areas like internal audit, nomination and remuneration, stakeholder relationship, strategic planning, risk management, CSR, sustainability, and so on. Boards have their key management personnel to assist them in board governance and compliance, related party transactions, insider trading, whistleblower practices, and handling stakeholder concerns. It is also vital for the boards to go through periodic training to continually keep themselves updated of the changes around them, both of statutory and of industrial concerns. I'm glad today's conference is looking at the four major areas of the board in details. That is ESG and BRSR processes and disclosures, digitization of the boardroom and the corporate, transforming risks into opportunities, and enhancing board committees' performances. I wish you all a very useful day. Jai Hind.
Mr. Nayan Mehta, CFO, Bombay Stock Exchange Limited. He is a chartered accountant and cost and management accountant with over 30 years of experience in financial and securities market, especially in exchange and ecosystem businesses. Prior to joining BSc, he was with National Stock Exchange, Multi-Commodity Exchange, and Care Ratings. Mr. Nayan Mehta is a member of Executive Management Committee and other committees of BSc Limited. He is a former Senior Vice Chairman of the South Asian Federation of Exchanges. He is a member Board of Studies for MBA Law Program of NMIMS School of Business Management. I kindly request Mr. Nayan Mehta to share a few words.
Respected Shri UP Bhatt Sahab, Shri Shankar Gargapathy, Shri Shailesh Bhakti Sahab, Shri Vikeshwala ji, all dignitaries present in this gathering, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to stand before you at BSc's International Convention Hall, which represents the temple of capital formation and wealth creation in India. Many companies associate their listings on stock exchanges with their listing ceremony in this hall and remember it as a turning point to enter a new era of growth, governance and sustainability. The board of directors of listed companies, through their oversight and governance, not only create wealth for the company and its investor, they also create wealth for the nation in the process. The theme of today's conclave is best board practices and processes. In today's world, where the board is increasingly becoming accountable for the actions and omissions of the company, it becomes very imperative for the board to ensure that the best-in-class global practices are followed to guide the company towards greater growth, governance, and sustainability. Various norms have been set up for board to effectively govern and oversee the company's operations. However, companies do fail, and they do fail for reasons other than business downturns also. We are all aware of the failures of companies like Enron, Tyco, WorldCom, which were once considered to be great companies. This has led to many questions on the company's boards. Were the directors not aware of the happenings? Were they colluding with the management teams? Were they incompetent? Many seem to view that such business disasters could not have happened without gross or even criminal negligence on the part of board members. But a close examination of the boards has not revealed any such broad pattern of incompetence or corruption. In fact, the boards followed most of the acceptable standards for board operations. Members showed up for board meetings. They had a lot of personal money invested in the company. Audit committees, compensation committees, code of ethics were in place. The boards weren't too small, weren't too big. They were not too old, not too young. Finally, while some companies have had problems with directors' independence because of the number of insiders on the board, this was not true of all the failed boards. And boards' makeup was generally the same for companies with failed boards as well as those with well-managed ones. In other words, they passed the test that would normally be applied to ascertain whether a board of directors was likely to do a good job. It's therefore time for us to fundamentally think anew about how corporate boards should operate. It all comes down to processes and practices which are followed by the board with respect to guiding the company towards better growth, better governance, as well as sustainability. While we discuss this subject, there is also a need to go beyond what we call as the normal practices or the best practices and processes followed by the board. It is not only about the new practices and processes required to be followed with changing times. It is also about the manner and spirit in which the same are followed and which makes the defining difference for the company. It is about making the best board practices and processes effective. Today, all of us should not consider the practices and processes discussed as a checklist point for the people who are in this sessions, in this conclave, but consider the same in context and how the same can be applied in spirit in real situations. This would require all of us to individually visualize possible situations and scenarios and how the principles to be discussed today can be applied to create great value for the company. I am sure that the perspective in today's conclave shared by esteemed speakers would give new meaningful insights on the ways to improve board oversight, involvement, and role in taking company to the greater heights. I am sure we would all take back many points to think over, emulate, and implement going forward to achieve our shared vision for taking companies to greater success from the point of view of business growth, governance, as well as sustainability. Thank you.
Now, let me take a moment to announce our sponsors for this very event. That is Board PSC, BSc, Updapt, Global Insurance Brokers. Yes, we have them all on stage, on the screen. Now, it's the time to hear Mr. Shankar Gargapathy, CEO and Country Manager, Lloyds India. Mr. Gargapathy is a senior industries expert with over 25 years of experience, a professional with experience of setting up a reinsurance entity in an emerging jurisdiction, as well as obtaining a reinsurance license. He is a good leader who can fit into any working culture and background. He brings huge understanding of the Lloyd's market and also reinsurance industry in the UK, Asia, and Middle East. Some of his specialities are compliance, controls, corporate governance, risk management, business planning, anti-money laundering, and so on. I now request Mr. Gargapathy ji to kindly deliver a keynote address.
Good afternoon, respected Mr. Mehta, Mr. Hari Bhakti, Mr. Walia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
It gives me immense pleasure and honor to be standing in front of you in this wonderful auditorium, and thank you, Mr. Mehta, for hosting us here, and also to Mr. Hari Bhakti and Mr. Walia for a fantastic and a timely agenda. And thank you for the invitation as well. So the role of directors is more interesting and challenging than ever. The dynamic nature of the pandemic and the shifting global markets mean continued uncertainty and persistent evolution in the way that corporations do business. Economic uncertainty, competitive threats, cost inflation are cited as the most significant threats to business performance in 2022. According to a survey by Gartner, digital tech initiatives, workforce issues, ESG, financial matters, risk management, and business expansion and diversification are 7 of the top priorities for the boards this year. Having the right board and management team is crucial, especially in the face of disruption and talent management. Retention and succession are key priorities for the boards in 2022. The pandemic has caused abrupt changes in the workforce, along with the transformation to remote working, the evolution of new technologies, and an increased focus on health and wellness. There has been a dramatic swing from massive layoffs in 2020 to today's environment of labor shortages and aggressive recruiting for talent with weakening corporate loyalty. Boards must ensure that they have the right team with the right expertise to address evolving risks and opportunities, which require that key executives are properly attracted, incentivized, and retained. Board composition is another top priority, and the directors with specialized expertise from historically underrepresented groups are in high demand. Board chairs and governance committees are spending more time in examining board performance and competencies and navigating the tricky issue of board refreshment and succession. The best boards are adopting more robust and tailored evaluation and assessment tools, including the use of director interviews and independent director evaluations to gather honest, meaningful feedback to optimize board performance. Where there are gaps in the desired expertise and attributes, boards are developing plans to address those gaps in the near and long term. Engagement by boards has never been so important, and boards are spending more time now on a frequent basis assessing and responding to strategic priorities. Many companies seize the opportunity to make bold M&A play in 2021, and we expect this active M&A cycle to continue. Companies continue to face a variety of changing circumstances with operational and financial impacts, with demand for swift decision-making in an uncharted territory. Many companies are currently responding to considerable challenges with inflation, labor shortages, supply chain disruptions, and the latest COVID variant. In this disruptive environment, directors must ensure that the management is engaged with the robust scenario planning and is prepared for possible risks and opportunities on the horizon, that the capital and resources that are being allocated appropriately, that the performance metrics and disclosures are being properly aligned, and that the organization and its governance structures are adapting and responding to shifting business needs. A strong relationship between the board and the management with open lines of communication and trust will facilitate better planning and responsiveness as different outcomes unfold. We're all talking about ESG, so I can't not say anything about ESG. ESG has become a strategic imperative from a capital management perspective as investors are factoring ESG criteria and ratings into their own investment decisions. Boards must therefore set their ESG strategy and priorities and expect to be held accountable. Activists are increasingly focusing on climate action, diversity and inclusion, and other ESG objectives, expressing their views through shareholder proposals, proxy battles, litigation, and in the media. Boards can differentiate themselves, create value, and fulfill broader social purpose through strong ESG performance, including by having a clearly articulated, credible, and broadly defined short-term, long-term, and medium-term objectives, and by responding and reporting measurable progress over time. To tackle this important and technically complex subject, boards must assess the depth of the organization's expertise and the available data and identify gaps and the circumstances that will widely vary across industries, jurisdictions, and companies. When guiding climate strategy and disclosure, boards should regularly revisit their priorities, action plan, and disclosures as better technologies, information, and practices emerge. Climate action requires long-term thinking and broad collaboration with governments, investors, supply chains, and consumers, and boards need to take an active role to understand the complicated dynamics at play and the company's plan for achieving a combination of short-term, mid-term, long-term targets and objectives. Proper oversight will require custom-fit governance models with clearly articulated roles and responsibilities for the organization's management, board, and committees. About 30% of the board report that they publicly engage in social or political issues. In comparison, nearly half of the board directors, about 45%, include diversity, equity, and inclusion in their agendas at the board meeting every quarterly. Digital transformation accelerated during the pandemic. Cybersecurity, data protection, and deployment of technology are now critical enterprise issues that require dedicated attention, expertise, capital, and resources. These items need to be on the board agenda regularly and part of the director education program so that the board can understand how digital technology is transforming the organization and its broader industry, and be a confident organization that has the right expertise to adapt and respond. The risk management framework should be updated regularly to identify and manage emerging cyber and data protection risks, with a reliable compliance program and protocol for reporting and escalating incidents so that the board can properly execute its oversight responsibility. While the pandemic unexpectedly forced organizations to adopt and facilitate remote working environment for much of their workforce, many of the resultant organizational changes and flexible arrangements are here to stay. Organizations are now grappling to strike the right balance with their return to workforce, remote working policies, and facing a divergent views about whether and how often employees must be physically present to conduct business optimally. While ensuring corporate objectives are met, companies need to be forward-thinking, receptive to new business models, or they will have difficulty in attracting and retaining the best talent. Boards need to be confident that the management is steering this workplace evolution and monitoring emerging best practices in human capital management to ensure a proper training and development, measurement of productivity and performance, effective collaboration and teamwork, employee health and wellness, and the creation of corporate culture and loyalty, all of which are critical for the organization's long-term success. At the Conclave today, we are discussing most of these priorities, and I want to once again congratulate Mr. Hari Bhakti and the entire IOD team for putting together such a timely agenda and event, and I look forward to an engaging series of discussions during the event. I wish the event and the IOD team every success. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Now we come to the much awaited session, and all eyes on our chief guest, Mr. O.P. Bhatt, who is a BSc and MA in English Literature with a very successful career in banking, raising to become the chairman of SBI and driving the State Bank of India to amongst the Fortune 500 companies. Currently, he is the independent director at Hindustan Unilever, Tata Steel Limited and TCS, and also among many other boards, while some awaiting him to just say a yes so that they can join the boards there. He was the chairman of the Indian Banks Association for the year 2010-2011. He is also on the board of governors of the Center of Creative Leadership USA. He is a board icon of India and recognized for his huge corporate governance contributions, both for his presence on Nifty boards and also sharing knowledge across national and global platforms. I would now like to invite our chief guest, Mr. O.P. Bhatt, to kindly deliver the inaugural address.
Sometimes a long introduction is not really very good because it raises expectations and one may not be able to fulfill those expectations. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It was a great pleasure to be here because when I came in, actually I've been out for about 6 months or so. I've been at the States and I'm still struggling with my jet lag. I've been just back 2-3 days. And so I was trying to doze off sitting in that chair over there. But I met so many people, some of them whom I have not met for years, and some of them new. And I was really impressed with the quality and the kind of people who have come to attend this program, so which speaks about the quality of the program. I'm not sure whether we, the speakers, are able to do justice to the quality of the people who are attending this program, but I'm sure we are going to try to do our best. One thing I noticed, it is Shailesh Bhai who sort of inveigled me or smuggled me into this program. I've been leading a quiet, retired. I've been leading a quiet, very retired life, and he sort of smuggled me in. And what I also noticed was that the program says it is about best board practices and processes. And I was told by both Shailesh Bhai and by Mr. Walia sitting here that I have to speak about future fit boards. Are they the same thing? Are they different? Am I being taken for a ride? I don't know. So, it's my privilege today, ladies and gentlemen, to speak about the importance of future fit boards and what I think about them. Now, this term future fit, it keeps on emerging from time to time, especially if there is a crisis, if there is a fraud, if there is some new technology which has come in, regulation, turbulence around the world. And when businesses are challenged, when businesses struggle, then somehow all eyes are on the board and this question is raised. Board fit hai kya? Board mein log theek thak hai kya? And with that has been coined this word, future fit. The future fit is a slightly new coinage. It has been around for some time. During the recent past, it has gathered some momentum for a variety of reasons, and we will come to that. But essentially it is, trying to the fault or put the responsibility of shortcomings in the corporate world, in the business world, and its impact outside the business world in society, etc., at the foot of the board or at the foot of the directors who adorn the board. And I think it is not wrong really. It is right. I mean, they are the people who are responsible. It is the board who is responsible for all the decision making at a corporate. And therefore, if the quality of decisions, the nature of decision is such that it causes conflict or it causes harm across society, then it is right that the board be held accountable for it. So what is a future fit board? And there are several reasons and there are several definitions of future fit. So some put it around ESG, some put it around technology, some put it around regulation, and some put it around continuing education of the director. It's these and all of these put together, there is no doubt about it. But I just want to take a slightly different take on this. Why this question of future fit? So let us take a look around us. With all that mankind has achieved, in which corporates and businesses have had a major role to play. I mean, you will agree that all the prosperity, all the progress, all the achievements of mankind since history largely has been contributed either by individuals or individuals who have gone to do business. These are the people who are responsible for the state that we have today. But can we honestly say that we are in great shape? Can we say that? And it is the boards who are at fault. The world is changing very rapidly. It is changing in unimaginable ways and it is changing in unimaginable speed. And yet, where we have reached, in my opinion, is not what we had hoped. And I'm not talking about things like, the Ukraine hostilities. I'm talking about something very basic. I'm talking about climate change. I am talking about sustainability. I am talking about the very existence of this planet. I am talking about the awareness which is now seeping across the world that somewhere, somehow, capitalism has taken a wrong turn. Now I understand all the people here are either in business or related to business, either in boards or related to boards, are either in governance or related to governance, and this may be a slightly harsh pill that I'm saying, but actually I believe in it. I really believe that somehow, and that is why, this future fit, and that is why this accountability around these boards is very important. Somehow we have collectively, maybe unwittingly, brought us about to this stage. It may not be the fault of capitalism. There is no doubt that for the past many decades, capitalism has brought untold wealth and untold prosperity to the world. No doubt about it at all. There is no doubt that capitalism has been a very powerful force for good in the world. It has enabled lifting up hundreds of millions of people across the world, in Africa, Asia, Latin America, you name it, out of poverty. No doubt about it. The goods of capitalism cannot be enumerated in 1,000 fingers. And yet, over the last few years, maybe a decade or more, there is a creeping sense of despair and disquiet at the kind of turn capitalism has taken. I don't know how many of you agree with me. And if you don't agree, I don't want it to be a kind of a lecture, right? I would like it to be interactive. Please interrupt. Please contradict. Please say I'm wrong, or please add to what I am saying, that yes, you are right, this also, this also, this also, this also. Let it be participative and interactive. Why I am still blaming capitalism, and blaming is a big word, blaming is not the right word, but why I am saying this is, while the world has had unprecedented productivity, unprecedented prosperity, unprecedented wealth, it has been lopsided. There are billionaires and there are beggars. There are the haves and there are the have-nots. And they are all side by side. I wonder how this happened. What happened? Something went wrong somewhere. Possibly it was the unholy lure of profits which killed both conscience and common sense. And what is important is not the accounting frauds that have taken place. And we know the names. Large corporations in India, large corporations in America, large corporations across the world. They have done that, right? They have done it again and again and again. But even that is not important. What is important is the complete indifference to the damage that it has caused to people, employees and communities alike. What is important is the damage that it has caused to the environment, forests, mountains, lakes, rivers, beaches, flora, fauna. And we have evidence of these today every day. Look at the heat wave in India. Look at floods across the world. Look at agriculture suffering. Look at the island states not knowing for how many more years they will have a state or a country at all. And most importantly, it is the complete indifference to where it hurts most. Our sense of aspiration, our values, our morals, our sense of right and wrong, our sense of what is good, what is bad, the collective urge of humanity of what is the right thing, what we should aspire to, where we should go. All that, I think, for today's youth is very confusing. I don't think we can advise our youth of what to do, what not to do, because of the role models that we are having in this capitalistic world. Hence, the need for and the term future fit boards is important. And why I say that? Already there are a large number of concerned citizens, and you know them, from Greta Thunberg to many other people around the world, including people in India, who are concerned about it, who are talking about it, and their numbers are growing. Their voices is getting louder. And increasingly, the awareness that they carry is seeping into the larger masses across the world, including with decision makers and opinion leaders. This is beginning to happen. So why I'm laying the burden of all this on business? It is my belief, my firm belief, that it is businesses and business leaders which drive the national agenda and the global agenda in all countries across the world. They decide, they drive, they make it happen. It is because of their ability to think through issues. It is because of their foresight. It is also because of their influence. And of course, in all of this, what is there inside all of this is what they think is good for them and what is it that they are pursuing, even at the cost of the entire world. And money plays an important role in it. They are able to get what they want. They are able to make happen what they want. Doesn't matter which government it is, right? The most capitalist of all the countries in the world, America. This is what happens there every day. Every decision is just like that. So, if this is the state of affairs, and if this is not desirable, how can this be tempered? How can this be made good or better or different? How can we do that? We know governments are not able to do it. Those of you who read the world press, if you were to read the discussions around gun violence in America, dozens of people are getting killed every day. Some mindless idiot goes and buys a gun, an assault weapon, just kills people. And look at the debate there. It's our right. I think it's the First Amendment or the Second Amendment of the Constitution which gives you the right to bear arms. Nobody wants to stop guns. Their children are dying. Look at the discussion on fossil fuels in America. They made a big song and dance about what they're going to do. Joe Manchin, who is actually the real president of America, not Joe Biden, doesn't allow it to happen. There is nothing you can do about it. Look at the pharma lobby. In America, the quality of health care available to an average American is 10 times worse than in India. I was there recently. My wife had a problem. We did whatever we had to do, but there was something for which she needed an appointment, and that appointment was not available when we had gone to the hospital. 21 days. She will get that appointment after 21 days, and maybe we would have had to pay $21,000 for that appointment, right? And in America, nearly 30% people don't even have health care. And the pharma industry, who sell drugs which kill people, you know about Purdue Pharma, right? The pharma industry, everybody is a multi-billionaire. The fossil industry, everybody is a multi-billionaire. The gun industry, everybody is a multi-billionaire. The financial services sector, everybody is a multi-billionaire. So, what I'm trying to say is that governments cannot do anything about it. Regulators cannot do everything about it. They'll be snared in, legalities or this, that, and the other, this pull, this press. Who can do something about it? If we believe, and I hope rightly so, if we believe that businesses are run by boards, is it possible to have a board or many boards who will ensure that the right kinds of decisions are taken? That is not about doing something at the cost of something else. That it is not that your decisions are anti-environment, anti-people, anti-sustainability, anti-climate, right? Is it possible to have a board like that? And if it were possible to have a board like that, I would like to call that board a future fit board. This board will have to do everything which other boards do, They have, we talked about compliance, and we talked about accounts, and we talked about frauds, and we talked about strategy. I think compared to what needs to be done, all those other things are routine. So how do you get a future fit board? I mean, there are several ways in which you can do it, and maybe it will take an hour or two to talk about it. But I just want to give you some data that I'm not the only one who's thinking about it. As I said, there is a lot of thought process going across the world in this direction. So I'm not alone. But maybe they are not vocal enough, maybe they are not powerful enough, maybe they are not effective enough. Yet there are some surveys which have been conducted, and I'll just give you some data, I'll just read it out. What the surveys have found is, number one, 86% of investors, general investors, everyone, right? 86% of investors said that the corporate response to global challenges will become more important to investment decision making over the next 5 years. And we know about it. For example, Larry Fink has said that. There are many others, big equity firms, there are many other private investors who are saying this. But increasingly, more and more people are saying it. Increasing people who put in a few thousand rupees, they are also saying that. Then 76% of the general global population feel that a company can take specific actions that both increase profits and improve the economic and social conditions in the communities in which it operates. Now, this is something Tatas do very well. If you look at Tata Steel, it is the ideal corporate social responsibility company in the world. Wherever there are. Where do you find iron ore and where do you find, coal mines, this, that, and the other? In the most backward areas, tribals, poor people, this, that, and the other. And if you go there, what Tata has done there is, it's like any other modern smart city. Every facility is available, right? But why Tata's alone? We've got thousands and thousands of companies in this country. Why can't everyone do it? Is Tata any poorer because of what they have done? Has their reputation suffered? Has their, effectiveness, their power, their brand, has anything gone down? If at all, it has gone up because of all the things that they do. So everybody could do that. They don't do it because they don't have a future fit board. 67% of employees expect their employers to join them in taking action on societal issues, and more than 3/4 want their CEOs to take the lead on change instead of waiting for the government to impose it, right? 80% of global CEOs agreed, 80%, that in the next 5 to 10 years, public opinion will become as important to companies as investors' opinion is today. Right? 80% of saying that, right? And what is the opinion of the public? As I said, there is a growing awareness. Kya ho gaya hai? Where have you gone to? I was in America for 6 months, as I said, I've got 3 grandchildren. Almost every day I used to think about that, कि जब तक ये बड़े होंगे, दुनिया रहेगी कि नहीं रहेगी? Will they have the kind of world we have? Will they have air? Will they have water? Will they have food? I mean, they live in America. They're well off, right? Americans, techie guys, all that. But not because of them, but because of all of us collectively. Will we have the kind of world? Will they have the kind of world that we have? And unfortunately, in this global survey, There is no data on what the board members feel. No data on that, right? I think we are witnessing a transitional moment. It is a historical moment. In terms of impact, it would be perhaps the greatest impact that has ever happened in this earth. If you go back millions of years, something like this. Of course, it has happened. If you read history, I think 5 or 7 times, life on earth has become extinct, and then it has come back again. So maybe this is the 5th or the 6th or the 7th time that we are on the verge of extinction. But if we can prevent it, stall it, then this will become an event of a lifetime, Earth's lifetime, right? And that is the challenge that we have. And I believe, as I said earlier, that governments, regulators, all these people, they cannot do much about it. Maybe their hearts are in the right place, but their hands are tied, right? But I believe, corporates influence policy. Corporates can make things happen. Corporates can do anything. There are some corporates which are larger than countries in terms of their balance sheet. Look at Apple, Google. I was reading somewhere, Google is bigger than about some 30, 40 countries put together, right? So huge corporates, when they move, the world moves, right? Bill Gates alone has done such a lot of work on malaria, on sanitation, on clean energy. Just one man. He's got, I think, 2% share of Microsoft. And he's moving the world in his own way. So, because this topic was given to me, which is not best board practices and processes, which is about future fit boards, I thought I will take a little spin and say what, is in my heart these days, what I am concerned about most. Because I think that we, all of us, we are either in boards or we are connected to boards. Can we make this happen over time? It will not take much. It just takes integrity. It just takes value, a value system, right? It just takes conviction, right? It just takes persistence. If you think there is a decision in the board where you think that some of this damage may happen to the world, you can say no, right? Kaun mana kar raha hai? You can say no. You can be overruled. You may be a minority vote, but you can say no. Or you can walk out, right? If 1% does, nothing will happen. If 10% do, people will start taking notice. If 100% do, it will become a movement. If everybody does, the world will be saved. My grandchildren will have a good future. I think I will stop here because otherwise keep on talking. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. O.P. Bhatt, the chief guest of today's session, for kindly sharing all the insights. So what next? Are we done? Should we pack and leave? Okay, so we are just done with the first session, the inaugural session. Vikesh Walia, sir, to kindly hand over the mementos to our dignitaries. Thank you, Hari Bhakti sir and Vikesh Walia sir for doing the honors. So here we come to the end of the inaugural session. So let's all give a round of applause for the initial moment of success.
It has been my long-term desire to have all the three dignitaries that we have on this dais. Mr. O.P. Bhatt, of course, we have been wanting to invite him for so many times, but he could not manage his calendar and diary. Thanks to Mr. Shailesh Bhakti for that. Shankar is also alumni of IOD, Masterclass-for-directors, but he could never manage his time. Diary in our favor. We invited him to Singapore. He requested his counterpart in Singapore to attend. And Mr. Nayan Mehta also, sitting in the same building, so many programs we conducted, but he could never manage his diary in time. So it's a very special occasion personally for me to have all three of them, and many thanks to Mr. Hari Bhakti for that also. Thank you so much.
He's very much on the stage in itself. Followed by panelists Pradeep Panigrahi, Chandni Khosla, and Satish Ramchandani. I would request you all to please come to the dais. Throwing light on environmental, social and governance, business responsibility and sustainability report. It goes unsaid for industry professionals that this is becoming very critical in the context of rising expectations due to the stringent norms being set out by funding agencies. Successful implementation of ESG and BRSR is key to showcasing and meeting ESG credentials, not only for the funding agencies, but also to ensure minimum compliance expectations of the regulatory authorities. ESG implementation has now become part of the best board practices and processes, and therefore, throwing light and knowing more about processes for implementation of the same need continuous monitoring and improvisation to achieve the desired results. We have already got introduced to Shailesh ji, so let me take a moment to introduce our panelists for the day, for this very session. First, we have Pradeep Panigrahi ji, who is an ESG and sustainability professional with over 26 years of experience in reputed businesses, Murugappa Group, Tata Group, Mahindra Group, and now with L&T Group. He has a PhD degree, so we call him Dr. Pradeep Panigrahi ji. He is a life member of several reputed organizations, including Bombay Natural History Society. He has participated in several national and international conferences, including COP19 at Warsaw. He has been a guest faculty and speaker to a lot of IITs and IIMs, along many top universities. Currently, Dr. Panigrahi ji is Head Corporate Sustainability with Larsen & Toubro Limited, Mumbai. Moving on to Satish Ramchandani ji, co-founder and Chief Business Officer, UpDapt, CSR Private Limited, which also happens to be one of our sponsors. He is a co-founder and Chief Business Officer of UpDapt, an ESG tech co. Prior to UpDapt, he was working in leadership capacities with CRISIL Ratings, Bank of America, and now he carries experience of various domains, from sales, strategy, consulting, corporate finance, governance, ESG, CSR, and the list goes on. He is a chartered accountant and MBA by profession. Now we come to the smiling lady right there, Miss Chandni Khosla, Climate Safe Leading Network Fellow, accomplished ESG and sustainable finance leader with over 2.5 decades of experience in emerging and frontier markets. Ms. Khosla is an ex-joint general manager, ESG and sustainability of HDFC Limited. She is a climate safe lending network fellow, a senior executive fellow, Howard Kennedy School, and is also a lifetime member of the IOD. She has participated in Taxonomy Working Group, HDFC, as a special invitee in the development of India's sustainable taxonomy that is led by the Ministry of Finance, Department of Economic Affairs, and she has also been involved with FICCI led by UK-India Economic and Financial Dialogue. She is a non-ex-director, executive director with Neos Securities. Having said that and introduced you all to the panelists and the chair, I would now request the chair, Shailesh Hari Bhakti ji, to kindly take this panel discussion forward.
Thank you very much. I must say you are an absolutely exceptional compere. You almost got it right when you said that, are we done? Do we need to do anything more after Mr. Bhatt's speech? And actually, what you said is right. I think it was so profound and so overwhelmingly true. You know, when the truth faces you, you really get completely transported to a new world, to a new level of thinking, and that's the quality of such individuals. Very humbling to see in his own inimicable way, the way he just puts the best thought out and makes us all rethink our lives. But life has to be sort of lived right now. And for right now, it is important for us to look at how can we embrace the BRSR framework? How can we pull it into our consciousness that we shall not greenwash? To me, the frameworks and standards have just one purpose, that it will help us to deeply believe that we will say only that which we have actually done. And that's the purpose of now all of this alphabet soup of frameworks. There's TCFD and SBTI and SASB and GRI and IR. And there is no point in trying to put your head around it. The purpose of all of these, BRSR, all the frameworks, is to make sure that you get conscious. We don't make the same mistakes that Bhatt pointed out we have made in the financial world in trying to get rich, having profits. And we don't make the same mistakes qua our planet. So to me, that's why frameworks and standards are so critical. The other big thought that I would like to place before this wonderful panel is that can we fully digitize and make it easy to implement? Now, obviously, if you want to have your object as a future fit board to save your planet and to manage the risk, then it should not be so complex that you get overwhelmed by it. And what this panel will hopefully tell us, and I'm going to count a lot on Satish for enlightening us on how digitalization of help us achieve the object of making implementation of sustainability and ESG far more intuitive and far more real for all of us. And I'm sure Chandni will give us insights. And I loved the introductory byline under your name, Chandni, that you're so committed to saving the planet. It seems so. And I know that the work that you did all your life has been exemplary. And so we are looking forward to telling us about the biggest force, exactly as Bhatt Sahab put it, which is driving sustainability today, is the whole investor world. The world of sovereign funds, the world of people who have influence over our thinking. They can say that if you don't become green, we will charge you 1% more interest. And that's a very powerful statement to make. So I'm sure Chandni will talk to us about that. And we have a fantastic implementer of the entire thought process around sustainability, Larsen and Toubro. And I'm sure Mr. Panigray is going to walk us through how, and he has coined a wonderful term called green swan. So I'm really curious when I hear such new expressions. I'm really curious to know how you have coined it, what you have implemented, and how we can take it forward in our practical lives. So with that introduction, let me bring in Chandni first to tell us the big force that is acting on all of us and making us actually deeply become conscious about sustainability. Chandni, over to you.
Thank you, Shailesh ji. And I think you are a par excellent speaker, and the way you bring everybody together, collaborate, you're phenomenal, and we have so much to learn from you. So thank you for having me here. Thank you to the IOD fraternity. I think if you're sitting here in a very hot afternoon, you definitely believe in the IOD agenda and you believe in the sustainability dialogues. And I thank you for sparing your time to be here today. I thank Mr. Walia ji. I thank the BSc, the temple, what did he say? He said, the financial temple of this country. So thank you for hosting us here. I'm ex-NSC, but I'll take that for him to give him the credit of the history, the legacy in shaping India's financial and capital markets. I think the first introductory panel and Mr. O.P. Bhatt ji has kind of set the stage for our discussions today. I don't think any speaker in the previous panel did not touch upon ESG and sustainability. Thank you for that. Thank you for bringing in the cognition of the importance of a sustainable, future-ready future, a future-fit future that has to have ESG and sustainability embedded in its DNA. For the longest time, it was your moral compass which was driving it, and probably it was CSR that a lot of people were confusing ESG and sustainability dialogues with. That conversation is in the past. The conversation we have today is of accountability, of reporting standards, and of the value creation ESG and sustainability can afford us today. When we talk about value creation, I think all of you are board members, all of you have some level of financial expertise imbibed in yourselves. You have to look at it, how is ESG and sustainability impacting my bottom line? How is it enabling my CAGR to grow? And that is what I'll probably spend a few minutes on, just bear with me. The brutal truth we face today is there's no universal, globally accepted sustainability standard in the world, which is globally verifiable, globally comparable, complete and consistent. What that has led to is divergent standards like Sri Hari Bhakti ji was just enumerating upon, and confuse the dialogue as to what needs to be done. This has led to two distinct challenges. The challenges on part of the preparer of these reports, they are dealing with mountainous data that they themselves cannot comprehend, but somehow have to do some permutations and combinations and fit into various reporting formats. And the other is on the investor side. He has to skim through reports after reports to figure out how is it relatable to a particular sector, what is comparable between one player of one sector, another player of the same sector. What is it leading to? This is leading to data paralysis, both at the origination side and the application side. Data paralysis is what is the reason we have an unabated acceleration of greenwashing, because people who are producing these reports do not comprehend that the users are not making sense of it. One of the big fours did this exercise, I think a year or two ago, where they looked around the room and said, companies, are you disclosing enough ESG data and sustainability data? And 80% of them turned around and said, yes, we are doing everything we can to showcase our sustainability and ESG data. The same Big Four went to the investor side. Are you getting enough information to imbibe ESG and sustainability data in your investment approaches and strategies? They said, we barely get about 20% odd data which is useful. There is a huge gap. And that gap is making the capital move towards brown sector, brown projects, and brown companies, which are taking us further away from our net zero ambitions, from our NDCs that we as a country have committed to. Last couple of weeks, in fact, even a month ago, we have had eye-openers in terms of what is happening with greenwashing. And these incidences are important to revisit. I'm sure you've read them in the newspapers, but it is important to revisit because that will tell you that accountability is coming. The new era of accountability is at our doorsteps as far as ESG and sustainability is concerned. The first event that was triggered was by Tesla. Tesla is an electronic car manufacturer in US. The market cap of Tesla is $733 billion. I don't know if you read in Business Standard and some magazines a few days ago, India only needs $326 billion per annum to make its net zero emission transitions. That company alone has $733 billion of market cap. And it was recently thrown out of the S&P 500 ESG version. It was not thrown out because it's not doing enough as an electric car manufacturer. S&P Dow Jones did acknowledge the positive environment impact that Tesla is creating through its products, but it was thrown out because of its S and G transgressions. It is not doing enough for its labor practices, and it's not having the right governance frameworks in place. What did it suffer? It suffered reputational risks. What did it suffer? Being thrown out from an index means a lot of passive strategies that are index benchmark strategies. They will no longer be buying Tesla as a stock. That is their bottom line impact. The second example I want to share with you is what happened with HSBC. This is out in the public, so I'm sorry, and I'm happy to do this in Chatham House rules as well. But HSBC, head of global responsible investments, said climate change is not an important criteria in my investment approach. If Miami goes down 6 feet under in water, I'm not bothered. What did it tell you? It tells you that authenticity, integrity from people who are holding the positions of sustainability, of ESG, of responsible investments are not true to their art, not true to their science. I think HSBC did the right thing to distance itself from this Stuart Kirk, but the fallout is humongous. They will slowly recognize that a lot of their clients will start distancing themselves from this kind of dubious and I would say unreliable approach that HSBC and its employees have in the public. The last but not the least, what's happened with BNY Mellon. BNY Mellon last week got fined $1.5 million by the SEC, the latest regulator which has come on to the climate and the sustainability agenda. It has been fined by the SEC to not adhering to their own ESG propaganda or processes that they have put out in the open. So my point to you is, while I'm sharing these 3 examples internationally, and these are internationally, closer to whom I think CRISIL recently came out with their 2022 Sustainability Yearbook. It should depress you. It should depress you to know that only 21% companies out of the 586 companies reviewed disclose their Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. It should depress you as board members and leaders of Indian corporates that there is only 14% women employment in the 586 companies reviewed. If E and S is this, I don't even want to talk about the G. 52% of India's GDP is at risk from climate impact by the year 2050, and that's not me saying, that's that yearbook of CRISIL 2022 saying. Whether it's abroad, whether it's in India, reputational risk, financial risks are becoming very interlinked. If I may, I hope I'm not taking too long. But if I may, we are right now, this month, midway between the COP26 and the COP27. We are in this year the 2022, the midway of the commitments we made in 2015 in the Paris Accord of achieving net zero by 2030. The latest IPCC report cannot more red the flag that they are reading the flag in terms of climate risk to business enterprises that will lead to not only stranded assets, but also involuntary displacement of human population. This is real. This is happening now. And as board members, as leaders and stalwarts of Indian corporates, it is really on your shoulders to lead your organizations in the most authentic. And I think Mr. O.P. Bhatt has touched the nerve at the right place. You have to have a moral compass guiding you. Gus Pett, he's the chairperson of World Resource Institute. He recently said, and I can't fully quote the entire verbatim, but what he, in a sense, what he's saying is that scientists know that climate change impact, they are holding the responsibility that for the last 30 years, they should have done something about climate change, climate impact happening on the humankind. And mostly we focus on humankind. We focus less on biodiversity, animals, and the natural resources, but we could have done something about it. Why is it that the scientists haven't been able to do anything about it? It's because of greed, selfishness, and apathy of taking the action in the right direction. I would stop here and then hand it back to Mr. Bhakti.
I must recognize that your passion about the subject comes out so clearly. And thank you for those 3 examples. What that teaches us is that the reputation link of sustainability is now well established. And we must all take on board that if you want to protect the reputation of the company that you are serving on the board of, you need to make sure that they are right up there in terms of meeting their true, genuine, conscious obligations to report, to act, and to actually fulfill their commitments to net zero. You know, in India, most organizations believe that if they are net zero on scope 1 and 2, they're done. They're not even begun, because more than 85% of all your emissions and all your carbon footprints walk into your door every time you procure stuff. And so unless scope 3 is included in your net zero commitment, it really means very little. And we don't even give, as board members, enough attention to go into the depth of what is the commitment that is being made by your company. That is what people like Chandni will point out and make sure that we don't falter. Thank you. Satish, please demystify this whole difficulty in absorbing sustainability as individuals. My firm view is that if each and every one of us commits to be sustainable, we will bring through our example and through our association, wherever we are, a big change in mindset, in action, in orientation and everything. But tell us how you have seen this happening through technology, and tell us how BRSR is going to deliver value.
Thanks, Mr. Hari Bhakti. So I'll just go back to basics, and before that, you spoke about the individual behaviors. So even if you try to extend your logics, and predict how a human is going to behave, you will get some insights in terms of what are the products or the services, which are going to do well in future, because that's what people are going to ask. And that's the power of individual behavior or the behavior of corporate citizens through their policies and execution, of those policies. So in fact, the event, which you were speaking about, the CRISIL, I was part of that event. Ex-SBI chairman, Ma'am Arundhati, she spoke about an example of why do we need to wear suits and, sort of consume more electricity by virtue of, using more air conditions. That was a very, very basic example, but yeah, these are the things we need to ask, Going back on the data, I don't need to say how significant it is, to understand where you stand, even to set targets, to sort of plan where you want to be and then eventually monitor. And I would sort of break it into 3 tranches, 3 elements, to sort of, relate it with the criticality of ESG data. Just think about a large Indian multinational company sitting in Bangalore or Mumbai and managing its operations, in New York and other 100 countries. or vice versa, headquartered in New York and managing operations, So I'm speaking about the scale, the significance of the scale. How do you manage scale? Second, I would say the criticality of ESG data. So it's no more just a compliance. We are seeing day in, day out. It's got a balance sheet impact, So I may sound like a capitalist, but there is a direct financial impact, right? Investors are looking at it. If you want to raise smart capital, you want to raise funds at good rates. Lenders have started gradually mapping ESG risk as part of the credit underwriting process. Rating agencies, again, have started mapping ESG performances as part of the rating process, again, having an impact on, the ratings and hence the cost of capital. So I'm speaking about the criticality of the data because the consumption of this data is going to be by each and every, participant with which the business is going to interact. And third is the methods. What I really mean by methods is the processes around ESG, right? So whether it's performing carbon footprint accounting or, as Mr. Hari Bhakti spoke about, more than 80% of the emissions, is by the supply chain or, around scope 3. How do you really manage, that kind of widespread operations, right? So the three elements of scale, criticality, and then the methods, how do you really manage it efficiently? It's only going to be through technology. I tend to actually, get a little nostalgic about, 20 years back when I was doing my charter accountancy course and we used to audit books, earlier through registers and vouchers, and now how we have seen how it's really evolved where SAP, Oracle, or other financial accounting systems, you don't spend much time on, accounting or tracking. You spend more time on looking at the data and how do you really enhance their performance. From a ESG perspective, I think, there has to be day one, whatever we do in life, so BRSR, the day one has happened. But yes, companies currently, most of the companies we interact with, don't have either a tracking mechanism or a data, measurement mechanism, and they don't have technologies, again, to manage that kind of a scale. Chandni spoke about, 20% of the 500 companies, only report their sustainability performance in India. But if you look at 1,000 listed companies, it's got less than 10%. That's the kind of, we're speaking about the nascent stage which India is into. And many countries outside of India which are yet to, evolve in their, in their spaces. So I think, digital, from a scale perspective, data accuracy is going to be important, and hence I'm speaking about the criticality of the stakeholders, So I think there's no way, you could really excuse yourself, to not manage your operations through digital. And once you get into the basics, you sort of implement those basics, then the quality time can be spent towards decarbonization. Quality time can be sent towards, enhancing your ESG performances towards net zero goals. So I think there's no excuse, and the scale at which and the speed it's moving, it's phenomenal. And just to touch upon the BRSR, which I think is a fabulous initiative, and I personally see that, it's going to spread across not only 1,000 listed companies, but across all listed companies. Nayan Bhai was there. I was thinking about, I'm going to chat with him that how do we really move it across the SMEs which are listed in stock exchanges, which will cover some part of supply chain also. So I think BRSR is no doubt a great step. Yes, it would require a lot of data points. It would require a methodical reporting, which firms are yet to catch up in India, right? Our interaction with the market participants speaks about that. Even large listed companies, they don't have sustainability leaders or managers. Leave aside the data. Yes, the best part is what we have seen, that the sponsorship is there at the highest level. From an intent perspective, we see the CEOs, we see the CFOs speaking about ESG, speaking about sort of giving the energies in designing a strategy or executing the strategy. So that's a plus point. And as I said, whatever we do in life, there's always day one.
Very interesting and very insightful. It's very important for us to make sure that digital doesn't come as an overlay. I often say that the future of all accounting is blockchain. And I also say that the future of all auditing is completely robotic. And if that is the case, then the system itself will have to work on capturing data sets as they arise so that they become immutable. And then you don't have all this greenwashing and all the rest of it. So that's the vision that I know that UpDapt is also working towards, and I hope that we can bring about that kind of a world which will focus on capturing data sets as they emerge and then making them immutable, so you're not tempted to make tinkering changes in them. And auditing to be done on a periodic basis has become completely obsolete. If it's not done online real time, it's lost its value anyway. So thanks for all your insights, Satish, and over to you, Mr. Panigri, to give us the topping, the icing on the cake, right, how implementation can make a big difference.
Absolutely, absolutely, sir. So I'm very happy that you're sitting next to me, and you are one of the senior management in L&T, so you know the speed of implementation. I'll start with something very personal. I did my PhD, right, and I was in France, and then I was preparing research papers and all. Then I realized if I publish a book, I do a research paper, and if it is not implemented, what happens? So that is how they came to the phase of implementation. And today climate change is not a new phenomenon, or ESG is not a new phenomenon, right? Everybody knows it. But how do you do? What do you do to implement it? What do you do to make sure that the company is future-proof, future-ready, or future-fit? And that is where big corporations like L&T, Tata, Mahindra, they have been pioneering in many areas. And specifically, coming to L&T, sir, you said, talked about implementation. And, I am personally amazed with the speed of implementation. Roughly a year back, our CEO, Mr. S.N. Subramanian, said that we need to work on this couple of commitments, and can you do that? You can't believe exactly within a period of 6 months, the entire team worked so closely, coordinatedly, and we came out with our commitment on water neutrality and carbon neutrality. One among very few companies in India. BRSR came, and our CFO, Mr. RSR, he said we need to work on BRSR. Right? BRSR was released on May 2021, and immediately, we are talking about the best board practices and processes. So the board is so active. So immediately they said, no, we need to work on this, and we need to make a a dummy or a mock report. Within 3 months, we came out with the report, and it was amazing. And BRSR, if you look at it, 70 pages of very, very nitty-gritty data. And if you have not done good job, if you're not implemented, you cannot make a report, right? So reporting is the end product of what you have done. So the things that have been going on in the company, like 150 million kilowatt hour energy saving in last decade or so. Biodiversity, look at biodiversity, waste, 23% of raw materials comes from recycled sources. In L&T, global average is 9%. That's the kind of implementation we have, and that's the kind of speed that we have for implementation. And, the board is reviewing ESG on at regular interval. The board committee, there is a board committee on CSR and sustainability. I think Mr. Harivikti said in the beginning that the board must have a committee on CSR and sustainability. So the board committee also, they reviews it, and they're absolutely serious about what we need to do, and they know, it's very clear that it's not a theory now. It's no more in newspaper. We need to do something to make us future-proof. So to that aspect, or to that respect, I would say that the board that we have is already future fit and future ready. And there are many other boards, of course, and you are a chair of one of the boards, sir. So, and LTF has already committed to become carbon neutral by 2030. So, so what is important, that the most important thing is to recognize that this is a problem, and then to work on it and to implement, to make sure that, you are on the track. And I tell my people, it is not a rocket science. ESG implementation is absolutely not a rocket science. You just have to make a good plan, understand that there is a problem, and then work on it. And sir, coming to that green swan thing, in fact, that's something is not coined by me, but it's coined by my good friend, John Elkington. Maybe all of you know. John Elkington actually first time in 1994 coined the word triple bottom line. And that is where the ESG movement started. People, planet, and profit. And I met John at least twice. And, then
He came in 2 years back, sir. John came with the new term called green swan. It's just opposite to the black swan. How green terms are redefining boardrooms or businesses. And the green swan is a book. It's a very popular book now. What I would like to mention here is that if you make a proper plan like that we have a very clear-cut roadmap for the carbon neutrality and water neutrality. Did a very, very thorough ground level, granular work to make that. So that is required. So that you implement it and you get the results.
No, I think these are amazing best practices that you have shared, that you did the mock BRSR in 3 months from the time that BRSR was actually. And you know, Mr. Shankaraman at Larsen & Toubro is working on getting out a daily profit and loss and balance sheet for a company as large and diverse as L&T. So it is, these are the challenges that, you can't imagine it, but once you say that I want to do it, you'll do it. So I know that we are standing between you and lunch, so I'm going to hand over the session to all of you. So we will have lunch when you finish asking questions. Is that a fair deal? Okay, so questions. Yes, please.
My name is Malik, and the question is specifically on a company that came with an IPO recently, and a big one. And to me, maybe my eyes are getting older. They didn't even have a responsible investment policy in their website for their investors. So my question here is, do you think the domestic investors are really pulling this particular part of importance towards responsible investment, not only for us, like what the chief guest said, is for the grandchildren. And so, yes, there are instances like even abroad, like a day before in Shell probably in the AGM people went in to do that. But in Indian context, do you think this is something which is really pulling, number one? Number two is, if we want our grandchildren to be nice at 20, 30, 50 or 70, people like you who are exponent on this may need to see that the government comes up with this topic in the curriculum, so that the upbringing is what will come up in this thing. So these are two things which I thought.
Fantastic questions, very provocative. Let me throw a challenge to this audience. Are all of you willing to make 100 people in your network cognizant of the danger that we are running of becoming extinct? Yesterday I was in Goa speaking to 40 board directors and aspiring directors, and I told them that in 10 years if we don't take action, we will not be able to meet at this venue because the sea would have risen, thanks to warming. And there are extreme radical strategies that the world can implement. For example, solar geoengineering, covering the whole earth with a shield which will send sun rays back before they can come and hit and warm the globe. So then people started thinking, can we use that to save the coral reefs in Australia? Or can we regionalize it? Or can we do things which will transform the way that we can implement it? But you are right, sir. Every one of us owes this obligation. Not me, not government, not anybody. But Sab said, it's government and regulators will make the right laws, put the right regulation, but it's all up to us now. It's up to every one of us. But I'd request Chandni to really give a more theoretically sound response.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to give a intellectual academia response, but I'm going to probably throw it back to each one of you sitting in the room. He made a very important point. Are we doing enough capacity creation? Policies, your first point related to policies and absence of policies. well, policy will still be just a paper if there is no cognition of what this policy means, not from the top rung of the organization, but till the bottom rung of the organization. So what is really needed is capacity creation. I think sustainable finance, and if money is what kind of motivates everybody in the room, is falling short because of three reasons. It is falling short at upstream, midstream, and downstream. At upstream, we need stronger legislative and regulative direction, not just on what to disclose, but how to disclose it. Not on just make a disclosure like the UK has done. It has made it mandatory for its listing companies that you have to make your climate and sustainability disclosures, but you don't only have to do that, you have to also share the methodologies, the processes by way of which you are making such disclosures, so that there can be apples to apples comparison. And it cannot come about without the blessings and the guidance from our regulators and the legislative machinery. The midstream is where we need bankable projects. It's all about the money at the end of the day. If you want ESG-linked bankable projects, we need to start creating a pipeline for that. To create a pipeline for that, it comes back to capacity creation. How many of your team members in your organization even understand what these metrics mean and where is this application leading them to? So you have to, and as Mr. Bhakti was encouraging you, have to have this dialogue. You have to be like the trigger in your organization to have these conversations with 100-odd people. Right at the downstream, that is where, the huge challenges across your supply chains and value chains. How do you disseminate the information? I think Satish was saying this, that he doesn't only want to talk to the listed companies to make those disclosures, he wants to go to the SMEs. Post-COVID era, they are struggling to survive. We all know this. They need capacity, they need a little hand-holding, and who best to look up to than a deeply entrenched, strongly listed company to handhold them through this process. There is a lot expected from people in this room. I think what you should also look at in the future, and it's right at your doorstep, is a taxonomy is coming at your doorstep. If the Ministry of Finance and the Department of Economic Affairs has gone through, there has been a draft submitted to them, they have prioritized 3 sectors, start anticipating that a lot of this is on very shifting grounds. This is a very dynamic process. ESG is not a static function. It is extremely dynamic, and the double materiality concept has to come into the conversations. For a lot of people who don't understand what double materiality means, it is not only the impact you as a company is creating on the environment and the social fabric, but how is the environment, how are the cyclones that are coming into the Western Arabian Sea are going to impact your businesses, your setups, your factories and everything. I'm sorry I'm holding back everybody from lunch, but I'll stop.
It's very important. Double materiality is perhaps the essence of ESG, but are they? There's another question there.
I'll try to keep this brief. My name is Sridhar. So I just have one brief comment and one question. Comment, Haribhakti sir, I think you made a very valid point. It's not just enough to be right on top of your ESG, because if you're ultimately procuring 80% of your stuff from outside, then it has to be down the chain, and that's where the real value will lie. So the question is this, and maybe Dr. Panegri or anyone of you, Satish, or anyone of you can probably answer this.
Hand over that scope
how
3
difficult is it to start capturing at the scope 3 level? Because ultimately you may have a fantastic board that probably sets the agenda for your own company. Your own processes may be good, but ultimately if you are going to procure 80% of your stuff from outside, how easy is it to capture data, number one, and how easy is it to
it's a brilliant question, and scope 3, Larsen and Toubro approach.
Absolutely. So it is not that easy. That you can do it in overnight or things like that. Scope 3, what basically you have to do is to understand what are those 15 parameters are there, right? So in fact, what we did to enable that, we invited an expert in the field who actually was instrumental in making the Scope 3 guideline. One of the, he was one of the, member, I would say, in Scope 3 guidelines. So we invited him to take all our people through that protocol and what is the nitty-gritty of Scope 3. Step 1, so people must understand what it is, right? Step 2, make a plan. Like, suppose you want to involve the supply chain. Can you involve 100%? No. What we have done, you have taken the top 25 to start with. And top 25 would contribute more than 50% of your emission or business. Start step by step, and then do a proper mapping of all the businesses. Like in L&T, it's a massive, number of businesses, subsidiaries. So you have to understand, Scope 3, that 15 parameters will not apply to all the companies. All the parameters will not apply. Some 5-6 parameters will apply to one company. Another company will have some other parameters, because it is manufacturing or operational company will be different from a service company. So a proper mapping is required. And then, of course, finally, you have to use digital tools like what Updapt is doing, or there are many other digital tools. So if you do that, it's fairly, simple, but it takes time. So my suggestion would be that start it. Just take the baby step, start it. Over a period of 2, 3, 4 years, you will mature. And it will not happen overnight. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that she's here to tell us that lunch is beckoning. So I will bring this session to a close. And Satish, if you can really be in the midst of the lunch room and talk to people on how these digital ideas can move forward, that would be wonderful. But we respect you, so we'll bring the session to a close.
Thank you, sir. I believe the session was really a great one, a great experience, and a great interactive one. And if we have not answered some questions, so you can really connect to our volunteers who will pitch your questions and your word, and we'll get back soon. And also we have the networking time, so they're always available to answer your questions and hear you out. So moving on, yes, we're coming to the lunchtime. Butterflies in the stomach? Yes. So before that, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the visitors, our special visitors who have traveled from abroad. Mr. Jambunathan Malik from Singapore, Ms. Salekha from Turkey, and Mr. Ashoka from Colombo. We appreciate their efforts to make it to this conclave. Also, another mention of the sponsors: BoardPack, BSc, Updapt, Global Insurance Brokers. Now it's time to honor our dignitaries. So I request Vikesh Walia sir to kindly do the honors. That brings us to the end of first panel discussion. The lunches are waiting, and we are awaiting the lunch too. So as we are running short, we have cut the time of lunch to 40 minutes. So we'll meet back after 40 minutes sharp. Thank you so much.
Is your device preference holding you back from your board meetings? Experience the remote meeting transformation. Now you can join or conduct any meeting with your preferred device of choice. BoardPack, the world's most user-friendly board meeting automation solution, supports desktops, laptops, Windows Surface, Android tablets, iPads, Android phones, and iOS devices, so you can join all your meetings remotely and securely. To learn more about how you can get BoardPack installed on your preferred device for your next board meeting, reach out to one of our business managers at sales@boardpack.co. Secure collaboration at your fingertips.
When you're a certified management accountant, managers will do whatever it takes to get you on their team.
We'll pay for your lunch.
We'll pay for your apartment.
Because people who turn data into decisions are always in demand. CMA, it makes all the difference.
See you on Monday.
Digitalization into boardrooms. For the same, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Sunil Chandramaniji, who is founder and CEO Nykaa Advisory Services, followed by our panelists, Mr. Malay Patel, Ms. Namrita Mahindro, and Ms. Sharada Sundar, throwing light on the theme of the panel discussion. Digitalization is becoming the heart and soul of boardrooms today. It is the center of every business strategy. Digitalization, which uses technology, is much more and different than technology in itself. Technology is the back in case, then digitalization becomes the forefront, especially when we talk about consumer direct benefits. If e-commerce is the way for business, metaverse, blockchains are its means. The digital process, the digital products like bitcoins and NFTs are shaping the world business today. What are the threats, the opportunities in exploring business innovations with digitalization? Here's a panel discussion to throw light on the major topics. To begin with, introducing the chair, Mr. Sunil Chandramaniji, who is the founder and CEO Nykaa Advisory Services and independent director, chairman on Sapphire Foods India Limited and multiple boards. He is a chartered accountant by profession, a qualified technologist and IT security specialist as well. Chairman and independent director of Sapphire Food Limited, Updater Services Limited and Ganesh Greens Limited. He has also served on the board of Poonawalla FinCorp Limited, Jammu and Kashmir Bank and More Retail Limited. He also serves on the CII Corporate Governance Committee and contributes on the agenda of policy changes and improving corporate governance. To count on his experience, it's as long as 25 years. With Ernst & Young LLP, India's leading professional services firm. He is highly acknowledged as a leader when it comes to corporate governance. We welcome you, sir. Followed by panelists, Mr. Malay Patel, Managing Director, EVA Engineering Company. He is an additional director at HDFC Securities since 2020, and independent board director of HDFC Bank Limited since 2015. He provides entrepreneurial leadership, sets strategic aims, and ensures financial and human resource adequacy to meet companies' objectives. He is also the director of EVA Engineering Co. Private Limited, Ahmedabad since 2006, which is India's highly noted company in plastic packaging industry, which exports to more than 50 countries. Further, he is a member in various committees like fraud monitoring, customer service, stakeholder relationship, CSR, and much more. We welcome you, sir. Moving on to Ms. Namrita Mahindro, who is also one of our panelists. She is the Chief Digital Officer at Aditya Birla Group, CFI sector. She is a senior strategic executive with CXO level success in leading organizations, an award-winning person, and her forte lies in creating competitive advantage for organizations and redefining business models, re-imaging customer experiences, re-engineering business processes, building people capabilities, and much more to add. Namrita is a certified independent board director, startup mentor, and life and leadership transformation coach. We welcome you, ma'am. Now we have our panelist, Ms. Sharada Sundar. She is the founder, Sara Life Consulting, and independent director, Baroda BNB, Paribas Trustee India P Limited. She is an independent director on corporate boards, advisory board member, executive coach, business consultant, and a mentor. She is a chartered accountant with over 25 years of corporate experience in business leadership roles. She is a published author of 3 books and also blogs about life and leadership. She is the recipient of Impact's 50 Most Influential Women in Marketing, Media and Advertising 2015. With that being said, it's time to welcome our panelist and our chairperson for this panel discussion with a round of applause. All to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think, this is the post-lunch session, right, which always gets a little bit difficult. Everyone, I'm sure, had a late lunch, is feeling quite full. So we want to make sure that the session goes interesting. And the way we're going to do it is a little bit different, right? So we have had a discussion between ourselves and said, hey, you know, does anyone post-lunch want to hear long speeches? And the answer was, well, clearly a no. Right, so what we're going to do is that I'll just give you all a brief overview from a board digitization perspective, and then we will kind of play it as a question and answer amongst ourselves. And in any program, maximum amount of learning curves is when people answer or ask specific questions. Right? That is when you can actually clarify doubts, you can share some of your views, you can ask particular questions. So we would encourage all of you to do that. And finally, before we kind of wrap up the session, we've got someone here in the audience as an expert with us who particularly talks or covers about how a board itself can digitize itself, right? So when we talk about digitization and we say the company must adopt it and company must do all of that, reality is the board itself must also digitize. So we'll also hear his views somewhere towards the end. Now, what are some of the themes that I wanted to cover? I think if you take a look at almost any and every survey that's been there, right? And I kind of did some research and culled out some of the numbers over here. Every organization, I think if you have a chat with them, they will say that digitization is changing the way they do business. Whether they adopt it for themselves, whether they adopt it in their customer interactions, whether they adopt it in engagement, their suppliers, their employees, whosoever might be out there. And that is completely disrupting business models. If you ask anyone today in terms of saying that business is tough, and what are you doing, right? They might talk about a lot of measures to cut costs, become efficient, but when it comes to technology budgets, I think almost all of them will turn around and tell you is, no, we are going to increase our technology budget spend, right? So very clearly, technology does land up playing a pivotal role. Now, given the fact it plays that kind of pivotal role, obviously the board must get involved, right? Because anything that is strategic, anything that is game-changing, anything that consumes a lot of budgets, obviously the board must get involved. But now what does the board have to grapple with, right? We've got a technologist in out here, and if you frankly sit with her, she will throw out so many terms at you that it kind of makes your head spin. Right? So she will speak metaverse and NFT, and then there's blockchain that we heard about, then there is IOT, then there will be some distributed cloud stuff happening, then there'll be quantum computing coming out, and then there are simple things like dashboards which they talk, which I suppose kind of we tend to understand. Right? So technology is important, it's going to change, it's very complex. Well, what's really there to be done, right? And in out there comes the subject of learning and development. So one of the big themes that I like to talk about at all boards, and I encourage boards to do, that every board member is not a technologist, firstly, right? We were born in our own different competencies, legal, finance, marketing, sales. But the world has very rapidly evolved where technology has started dominating everything we do. Therefore, you must ensure that at the board level, there is continuing education provided, and technology is one of the largest part that budget also gets spent on to keeping boards aware of what is happening in the world of technology. There is no reason, right, that if you take a look at a board member, they're all extremely smart, seasoned people. Very sharp, understand, pick it up really fast. If only they spend the time, and I think if companies invested that time in telling them what this technology is, how is it shaping the world, how are we intending to use it, or how are companies intending to use it, and what is the advantage that it brings to it, right? That is where you will find that boards will actively start understanding it and adopting technology and probably even championing the cause. Therefore, one big thing that I would turn around and tell you that as a takeaway from here, I would suggest is that you must insist that in that continuing education that's there for the boards, you understanding technology clearly plays a big role. The other part that I think the survey threw up, which was very interesting, there are tech companies and non-tech companies, right? The tech companies, all of them have got board members who are with deep technical skills. They could probably do much better by adding on some non-tech skills to the board, right? In terms of someone who has better commercial acumen, financial discipline, so that they know, are they burning good cash or are they really wasting money, right? But if you take a look at the non-tech companies, right? All the brick and mortar type companies, a lot of them in their boards do not have people who have a strong technology background. And several of us, I'm sure, we sit in NRC committees, we are involved in selecting new board members, we are involved in getting them on board. That's another skill set that we must ensure that when we talk about fair bit of representation, that we do have members who understand technology in our boards, right? A survey, and I'm sure if you guys look back at your own board, you might find they're saying that, yes, I think we've got a lot of skills, but probably are lacking some of the technology skills that I think are needed. And therefore, I think people would do well to get that. The final piece, technology is a wonderful, wonderful thing, but it is also fraught with risks. And if you ever started understanding the type of risks that technology holds, it'll almost make you feel frightened and saying, hey, should I use it or I shouldn't use it? But you don't have a choice, right? You have to embrace technology. And therefore, understanding all the risks that come with it and how do you manage it, how do you ensure that whether it is through internal audit or through other means and mechanisms that you are understanding, is this risk better managed? Is it better governed? Is the company spending enough on controlling the risk that technology throws out? Right? So these are the kind of key themes that we are going to have in our conversation today. And I must say that we've got a very distinguished panel. We were having our chats out there, and I can turn around and tell you that a lot of deep experience and insights that I think we will all draw out from them, right? So the first one, I'll actually throw it over to our CTO, right, and turn around and ask her, saying, I'm a board member, right, and I really struggle with turning around and saying that, are we spending money on the right technologies? Am I really going to get the bang for the money that I'm spending? And how do I really navigate this entire journey? So I'd really like to understand from you, what are some of the best practices? How does your board deal with everything that you demand and ask for?
Thanks, Anil, and I hope I'm audible. So I think, the way I look at it is there are a couple of different things that one needs to look at. I've primarily worked with traditional organizations, legacy organizations for most of my life. And I think while we are working with traditional organizations, they come with a lot of strengths. And I think with the age of technology that we all are in, we should not discount the strengths. Traditional companies' biggest assets. Now, how do you use that in a digital world is really what is important. From a perspective of, looking at your entire technology sort of landscape, I would say look at the back end, because it's extremely important before you come up with any ambitious plan, saying, I want to build something on the front end, whether it's an e-commerce model, whether it's looking at, getting into new business models which are powered by Web3 technologies or which are powered by, the metaverse. Do you have a digital infrastructure which is ready to take on the kind of scale, the agility, and the kind of complexity that you need with these digital first businesses? So I think that's the first part of it. The second part of it is on the front end. While you may have many new shiny toys, which are these different technologies that we talk about, but really it's about understanding, what business are you in? What does the value chain look like? What are the adjacencies over there which would make sense to, utilize for creating greater value, both for yourself as well as for your customers? So coming from a manufacturing background, a lot of the work that we are trying to do at Aditya Birla or in my previous organizations has been around saying, how can we create value for our end customer? So to give one example, from our erstwhile fertilizer business, we were selling fertilizers. But selling fertilizers is not good enough because the farmer, is going to only go so far with you in that journey. He has choices. But the minute we made that shift from saying we're not going to sell you fertilizers, but we're going to start looking at how do we improve your yield, and that is an outcome-based solution as opposed to selling a product, the mindset changed. The approach and the attitude changed of those farmers, and that is something that we started piloting with. So I think when you're looking at new business models which are digital first in some senses, look at adjacencies within your ecosystem, which would be a better fit rather than going for the latest, brightest, shiniest toy that is out there. And I'll pause there.
Very, very interesting. When you say about saying that we should search for adjacencies, let me shift it from you maybe to Malay and saying, Malay, I've got, my CTO, or forget my CTO, even my business guys, right? They've come back through to us on the board and saying that, well, you guys keep talking about business models changing, right? And we've got all these now new age companies who are acquiring customers, burning money behind it, spending a huge amount of money on digital marketing, completely end-to-end processing done on digital, and we really want to put in, a 50 crore budget to really drive some of these initiatives. How do you think a board should actually go about deciding, saying, is that a good expenditure? Are we going to get the results? What do we do?
Excellent. First of all, by the way, I feel like after 2 years meeting everyone, and it's a great experience, by the way. Yeah, so and thanks to Mr. Walia, and I'm here in Madison Square Garden, by the way. And connecting to Mr. Sunil's answer is that in our bank, we have the same issue going on. We were one of the best tech-led company in terms of finance about 8 to 10 years before. We invested a lot of money, 800-900 crore rupees in 1 year, and gradually now we're becoming obsolete. Still we're number one. And we have Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4 CapEx budget for our IT, and everything is going to be turned around. We're halfway through, so another year or so we'll be brand new and spanky. So that's where the board evaluates everything. We have a special IT committee where Professor Karunanidhi is chairing that, basically, external guest. So through his guidance, we are going so far ahead with Microsoft and Google and whatnot. You're going to see in about 1 to 2 years, we're going to ride the wave in a big time. So that is that, and we board, as you rightly said, that we may not have IT expert board, basically. Could be well versed in other areas, But we are explained in a special session, induction, that why we need to spend this capex. Our capex now is going to be about, for the next 3 years, about 1,200 crore rupees. And that will be done through San Francisco, not even probably Indian counterpart. So we learned our lesson twice, as you might know, the outages, etc. So, but the volumes are huge. Every second we have about 30,000, 40,000 transactions. So you can imagine the traffic and all that. It's a humongous. And by the way, on the side note, I must say that India is riding a wave beyond China and America. And we are calling ourselves third world war developing countries. It's two ironical statements to make. And we have picked up so well after the last 5 to 10 years, the next, as forthcoming years, that it will surpass all these countries. And our penetration to financial literacy, especially to remotest village, is amazing, because our capex and our CSR, we are trying to utilize to have more financial literacy to common man in the some tiniest village, So it's a journey. It will pay out in the next 2 to 3 years, but that's how I see it,
Very interesting comments, right? When you make about the fact that the quantum of money that's being spent and how a company that was actually digital after so many years actually feels the need that it really needs to completely reinvent itself, right? And the fact that the board's been willing to put out that budget. And more importantly, it's not necessarily all happening here in India, but it's happening in so many different parts of the world. It's all going to get stitched together. And if anything else, I would take away from here as a customer of the bank, right, is turning around and saying, I very much look forward to all the new stuff that we'll really get to enjoy as we go out and do banking, right? Shaila, if I, pivot this now through to you. You've heard about all the things that Namrata had to speak, Malay is speaking about doing all of this. How do you see board processes being run or managed to say that all whatever is promised, all the money that's been committed and spent, right? How do I know when it's going to give me, or is it even going to give me the delivered results? How do you see boards, working through their processes?
Good afternoon to everyone here. Okay, so I think digitization is obviously there in every company. It's coming out of the years of people. But the fact is that is enough conversation about digitalization happening inside the boardrooms. I think the biggest challenge for every company is, does it come into the agenda, which gets discussed, gets reviewed, very proactively gets assessed in terms of what are the right things to do in terms of digitalization? What are the things that we really need to invest in? And that's where I think it's very important that boards need to up their own skills in terms of understanding not only what is the current ecosystem, but also the emerging ecosystem of what's next in the technology world. Because everything that's happening there, nobody is going to be untouched. Every single company, whether small or big, is going to be touched by the technological shifts that are happening. They're almost tectonic. So a very good question, Sunil, and I would want to answer this by saying that it's important, A, for board members to upgrade their own understanding of technology. We cannot be technical experts, and that's where I come to the next thing of a practical aspect of saying that can we partner with a technical expert, either by onboarding a board member who's a technical expert, who's going to guide, because these are massive investments and you can go wrong if you take the wrong decisions, right? And for all we know, the management teams themselves are still going through the upskilling. So we are not in a complete expert zone in probably 8 out of 10 cases, right? So it is important to get expert opinion, onboard partners, and also have a technical, board member who is going to ensure that we take all the right decisions. That's how I see boards leveraging their experience, their general managerial skills, and a tech-specific skill, and make a start. More importantly, I think getting it on the agenda of board discussions is going to be the biggest challenge. As we speak today, very often, I don't know what's your experience, but very often, the agenda for the board meetings are pre-prepared by the management teams. Very rarely do they come to you and ask you, do you have any point that you want to add to the agenda? And that's where all of us can make a difference and say yes. Proactively go and tell them, can we discuss our digitalization practices, policies, plans, investments, and where do we see that in terms of measurable outcomes for the organization? I think all of us can make that great start because as we heard from Namrita and Malay and Sunil, this is the way to go. And if we don't make a start today, we're going to be left behind. So that's from me.
I just want to do a quick survey in out here, right? How many of you would love to attend a training on understanding digital much better, right? So Vikesh, I think you have the agenda for one of your next meetings clearly set out, where I think almost everyone, right, would really love to learn more about technology. Everyone, I think we heard some very interesting conversation around the fact that, one, we should be aware of technology, right? B, technology can cost a huge amount of money. C, there are great technology projects, you can do adjacency, there is a lot of new stuff happening in out there, we can partner, we can do all of that, right? I've personally actually had a very big struggle when it comes to the area of technology per se. And I'll tell you why. You see, when you studied law, right, I think law pretty much remains standard from the time you studied to now. There are regular amendments, there are changes. You understand it and you adapt to it, right, and you can easily deal with it. You take a look at distribution, how it's working, a lot of that. It moves around, it changes at a very different pace, right? And everyone understands it, adapts to it. HR management, people management. When it comes to tech, despite being a technologist, I genuinely struggle to keep up with it, right? So I'm sitting that day in a meeting and someone comes and we start talking and he talks about this whole distributed ledger system, and there's a system apparently called Cockroach. And he said, that's the real one happening because that allows you to do distributed setup and you can do it brilliantly. It syncs, it does all of that. All the payment guys are jumping on through to that. And I'm like, I had heard a lot of stuff, but this cockroach ruddy thing is absolutely new to me. The fact is, how does one actually bring in talent, right? And continuously bring in fresh talent that is aware of all the changes happening in technology and at what's the right state in which you actually want to start adopting that to make a big difference for your business, right? There is a huge dearth of people with the right skill set who can come and guide you through your technology and digital transformation journey. But if you get the right help, it completely pivots you from zero to hero. Otherwise, you will move to zero to, yes, you're a great guy out here, but you really don't get to leapfrog ahead. So how do organizations or boards, or what is it that, how do you see companies dealing with this? Would love to hear your views, Malay, given the fact that, your company is obviously spending a huge amount of money. You guys would have thought through all of this for saying that 2 years down the line, by the time we deliver the product, how do I know I'm yet ahead of the curve or would I be really behind?
And the answer is AI and ML. It's an upcoming future, period. But yeah, finding talent is on that high level and next level is very difficult, but it is not impossible. There are a lot of new age guys who has studied abroad and come back, especially Silicon Valley, etc., who are very sharp and quick learner. And many of that shadows down to startup community in tech and fintech. So people who have that idea could lead a great organization, giving a point that Mr. Kamath created so great model in 2 to 3 years, I believe. And we are like amazed how it's grown so much. It's all positive, you know. Look at and that is all fintech, and numerous amount of transactions going every day. So it's a challenge, but it is not impossible.
Would love to hear from you, right? Saying, so if I'm a board member and I asked you this question, how would you respond?
I think it's a multi-pronged approach that, you know, I've seen some of the organizations that I've worked with take. I think, yes, there is good talent outside, but if you look at it from a board point of view, and I'm going to go to that topic for a minute and then I'll come to the organization, the management team. So from a board point of view, yes, you can have somebody who's a extremely tech-savvy person as a permanent board member, as an independent director, potentially. But you could also have a whole lot of other avenues to explore. So for example, at our boards, we have for some of the boards, advisory committees, which are tech advisory committees. You don't have to have a board member per se. We do special invites, where you would have somebody come in who's see, because the technology landscape itself is so huge. So to your point, Sunil, I don't think anybody is an expert in any field at all. The reality is that all of these technologies have gone en masse over the last decade and a half. Unlike other functions where you say, I have 20 years of experience or 30 years of experience, in the world of technology, it really doesn't count. You are at ground zero. When you're learning blockchain, when you're learning about AI, ML, you may have just started learning it less than a decade back. And that is the ground reality. And so therefore you are at par with somebody who's spent, otherwise speaking, somebody like myself who spent 20 years in technology, but still, for me, AI, ML was as new as, maybe one of you wanting to learn it in some senses. So going back, there's the board angle where you have multiple options. Going back to the management teams, I think it's a hybrid approach of saying, because just hiring is not sustainable. You're going to have to reskill, upskill your teams, and you're going to have to get in that external talent, which is the expert, and create that, hybrid model is the way I've typically seen it working, for a lot of organizations I work with, peer organizations. So that's the more sustainable approach, so to speak. Yeah. I'll pause with that.
What's your view on partnering, right? I mean, I'd love to get your views on this. Because I'm a firm believer that in today's world, it's almost impossible to do it all by yourself, right? And it's all about a connected world, a networked world, where you decide to co-collaborate and partner, right? And I did hear you mention a whole bunch of names. So how has that partnership worked? And what kind of advantages has that really brought to the table for you?
Basically, merchant acquiring sort of thing, and the one commercial aspects, and behind the curtain, there is a whole pipeline which brings a huge volume, So that way, we are so large now as a bank, and a $300+ billion book we have, so it's just people come to us, so to speak, which is such a privilege, and it becomes a lot of work after that. Once we engage with all these so-called tech vendors, they're fantastic, way beyond it. And as you rightly said, I must point out that our fortress, all the transaction has to be very secure, that no outlier can come in. Even though they do, they're outsmarter than us, but they do sometimes. So we have to be very careful, as you rightly pointed out earlier. And but connecting with merchant partners in the front area and the back end, all the names I've said before, it is a good collaboration. We do mock testing, beta testing, this and that. All our employees are getting some 3 months, 4 months for testing out. We get feedbacks, random feedback, mystery shopping, etc. And that's how it goes. And there are special people who are part of QIG, so they see everything before it rolls out.
Before I kind of just change the topic, you also come from a engineering company, right? So I'm sure everyone's not here from the banking background, right? And they'd really love to know, as a basic engineering company, right, how have you been adopting technology even in that sector?
Great thing, by the way. We were adopting technology from 1988. My father and my brother. Then I joined later on. So we were so keen on technology. But however, after joining the bank and the securities board about 7-8 years before, it was like a culture shock. Like, this thing also happens, it do exist, And I brought those elements of excitement and how it can lead to a sort of faster and a quick around time frame. Let's say for making an AutoCAD drawing to give to our customer to approve, it becomes faster. Since we're constantly aware of that we have very limited time, we have deadlines, So that's how we keep implementing, I mean, drawing is one of the areas which bank doesn't have.
Correct.
So it's different,
Great.
Yeah.
We are almost at the fag end. And one thing I think boards themselves need to do is use digitalization for their own self, right? I'd really love to invite Alad is an expert in the area of how boards themselves can use digital for what boards do, right? I mean, it's something that every board member also needs to do. I'd love to hear from you some of the best practices that are there for boards in this area.
I want to urge all of you to be not negatively affected by the technology the way it is going. Sometimes it is very headache for a lot of people. People do not know how to operate, how to do transactions, but do not abide by that. Just relax and get used to it, because it saves a lot of limited resource. For example, petrol. Because of this remittances and NEFTs and whatnot, and we have started FASTag, etc., we are saving a lot of energy, a lot of accidents. So that's another plus point which outweighs the confusion and then non-educating ourselves and get bored out of the what's next, It's just very hyper sort of confusing.
So it also contributes very strongly to the ESG agenda, which was the previous one.
Way back,
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Sunil Chandiramani, for giving me this opportunity. Thanks, esteemed panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm going to briefly touch upon the topic of digital transformation in boardrooms. And I'm going to focus on a very simple challenge which all of you as a board of directors, esteemed independent directors must be facing basically. So in today's board of directors play a very, very pivotal role in promoting the good corporate governance, as we are listening out from our esteemed panelists. And what is most important is the information. Information is power and the basis in today's world, as we can know for the boards especially. And in spite of that, most of the time you will see you must be part of a lot of large boards, companies, and you will see that this information is given to the most director in a very, very traditional age-old method, which is very bulky papers or some kind of emails. It's very difficult for a director to go through this information and work on it. In that note, I'm going today, this is a totally misfit, and it actually poses the significant challenges to the productivity and effectiveness of the board. And there I'm going to just give my thoughts upon those challenges and the solution and some of the success story in next 2-3 minutes. So when we talk about the main thing that these agendas, the big board agendas, which are very critical and confidential for any board's functioning, they are received in thousands of pages, and board members are expected to go through it, review it, make their comments. It's so difficult, so cumbersome if it is given in a big bunch of papers or even endless trails of emails, chain, or some kind of a drives. It's really tricky, really, really difficult to take those into consideration. Second is the security, because now we are talking about the critical confidential information, and the total onus is on the board member in that case, because you have to protect that information. You have to be really, really sensitive to those information, and that is where it is very tricky for the director to take care of those security aspects themselves, And the third is the privacy, because in today's world, we expect that director must feel comfortable sharing their thoughts to the group. They should share freely, deliberate, discuss with each other, with the group of people, or with chairman or individual. And that is where we think that their privacy, their information sharing should be maintained. And that is where the trickiness comes, where this kind of a traditional methodology in today's digital era comes through. The most important, I feel, is the information flow, because as we say, the information is so critical. When you are taking decisions in a complex, the decisions are decision making, and all the panelists will agree that it is very complex today's world. There are interconnected decisions. You have to go through certain information to take those decisions, and that is where it is very, very, so this is the challenges which we think that can be solved when we digitally transform the board. And that is where we think that, that when we transform the board, it will be a way of life for the board members to use those digitally transformed board, where confidentiality, the security would be totally the onus of the system, where board members can freely review and transparently give their opinion, make their comments, discuss in a very, very secure and very conducive environment, where they can collaborate with each other, go back and have a great convenience in terms of going back to the decisions and the minutes from the previous meetings, etc., where they can actually collaborate with other directors, and that will bring a real, we are listening about ESG and the sustainability. So this is the angle. If we actually embrace to the, next slide please, embrace to this, we will definitely bring that environment and sustainability to the board processes. So many companies, including Reserve Bank of India, could transform in this way, or where we are sitting, the BSE, their boards can transform in this way. It's really possible. It's really, really simple. And as we are hearing out from the panel about the great digital things to happen, the AI/ML coming in, or blockchain technology coming in, this is something very simple, which we all can do and all can embrace. So before we start to the digital journey of a company itself, I think the board, if they can start on the digital journey, that would be really a great start for each of you. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. And I would agree that boards should. Now, we are at the fag end, and we are all running behind time. So I'll probably open it out to the floor for maybe 2 questions, not more, because I'm sure we are all delayed, and I'm sure there are other sessions to do as well, and people have got flights and other things to catch. Any 2 questions? Yes, there's a gentleman there.
This is Mihir here. We all are talking about technology, actually. So cyber security and cyber terrorism is becoming a big thing here. So how does board is planning to, it should be a part of the strategy agenda, it's no more like a must-have here. And other thing which I want to have a second point is, what is your opinion about cyber insurance here? Because how are we going to take it up as a best practices here?
All right. Anyone would like to take that?
So if I understood your question correctly, you were asking that, cybersecurity becomes a board agenda and it's a must-have. I think that's already happening with most boards. There is very stringent reporting, there is a compliance, and there are very proactive steps being taken, is what I can say. So it's gone beyond, just something that you would do for compliance with a lot of the groups that I'm aware of, a lot of the organizations. So from a best practice point of view, cybersecurity is right up there as part of, looking at the risks and how do we manage those risks. And the related point on cyber insurance, I think, again, there is enough evidence. If I just look at the pre-COVID world and today, just looking at, the number of breaches that have happened, the number of cyber crimes that have happened, that has gone up many-fold. Depending on the country you're talking about, it's gone up anywhere between 2 to 3-fold, very comfortably across a lot of the regions of the world. So when you're looking at those kind of numbers, and I don't think anybody can really say that they are, cyber threat proofed. And so to that extent, taking that insurance is as important as you would take a medical insurance or you would take a car insurance. So that's how important or as much of a hygiene it is in today's landscape. And I'll sort of just pause with that, if that makes sense. Yep.
Right. We've got another person at the back end there. Yes, sir.
A quick question. Is there any way to calculate the bang for the buck for digitalization?
Is there any way to calculate the bang for the buck for the IT investment?
Yes, please.
I think when you're looking at the return on investment is what I'm understanding, right? So the return on investment is something that, you'll typically have most digital transformation journeys before you begin those. You'll have a sense of that. There will be a certain level of, calculation which you're going to optimize over a period of time. I think what is important is that you have an alignment. As we were discussing, before we got into this session, what are the metrics that matter to boards? What are the functional metrics that you have? How do you create an alignment between the two? And how do you start then measuring those, very consistently? So I don't think somebody's going to invest 1,000 crores plus minus or more and say, I'm not going to look at the ROI.
So I think we've done a round of 2 questions, and I'll bring this session to a close, and I'll hand it back to our organizer. The couple just comments that I will make is that if board members struggle to understand technology or any of that, that's one part. But I think the issue that was raised on security and risk management, I think that is something they definitely owe accountability to ensuring that they ask questions about, because technology brings with it very significant risk. And therefore, how those are being managed are extremely important. And the level of sensitivity to when you find a gap or a weakness that you need to tackle that is extremely important and needs probably a much higher level of sensitivity as compared to turning around and saying that, you know what, at my factory gate, the guard was missing. As compared to turning around and saying in my IT system, the system that was doing the job of the guard was in failure mode. They are 2 very different things and have a significant level of, difference attached back. And the final piece that I would urge all of you to ask when you go back to your companies, are you exploiting the investments that you have made? And I will assure you that there are companies who have invested in systems like O365, right? The most basic systems, and they use barely 2% of the functionality. Those companies itself, by probably using just 10% of the functionality, will improve their teams and organization productivity significantly, right? So with that, I will hand it over back through to you. Thank you so very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, Sunil sir and the team. I now request Walia sir to kindly do the needful and provide mementos to the dignitaries on stage.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll have
Gargapathy sir, followed by panelists Mr. Manoj Kumar, Dr. T. Rajgopal, and Ms. Sanchita Sahai Mustafi, is about transforming risks to opportunities. First on list, panelist and speaker, Mr. Manoj Kumar is the Director of Global Insurance Brokers Private Limited, which also happens to be one of the sponsors, who heads the Mumbai operation and national liability practice. Under his guidance, the firm has achieved consistent growth in business. Prior to joining Global, he was heading liability lines vertical at Tata. He is a passionate person when it comes to business and banking practices. He is an avid reader and also a sports enthusiast. We have on list Dr. T. Rajgopal, who is an independent director, HDFC Ergo General Insurance Company Limited. He retired in December 2020 as the Vice President for Global Medical. He has got trained at Harvard in Advanced Leadership for Healthcare and holds a postgraduate degree in the related field. Something really noteworthy about him is that he has been awarded by the President of India the award for Dr. B.C. Roy National Awards 2016 in the field of medicine, socio-medical relief. We have the dynamic lady on stage, Ms. Sanchita Sahai Mustafi, Head Risk Tata Capital Limited, who has been there since November 2020. Talking about her experience, it's about 26 years of experience in banking and financial services. She is a cost accountant and has done her master's in risk management. Before connecting with Tata Group, she has been a pivotal part for the success in Ambuja Group, Citibank, ICICI Bank, Tata Motor Finance, and so on. The stage is to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. And I'm going to literally go at the rate of 100 miles an hour here because I'm very conscious that Sanchita has a flight to catch, as do I have a flight to catch. And we're going to try and bring this, symposium into time somehow. So mention the word risk, and there's always a negative connotation to it, right? So everybody worries about what risk is. The moment you say risk, people just think, oh my God, something is about to go wrong. Most corporates are vulnerable, and they do not have the necessary structures to necessarily embrace risk management. When I say risk management, look at the outward way of risk management. It's a tool for long-term strategic thinking, and it needs to be embedded in decision-making. Boards need to embrace risk and advise how to support and challenge business across the entire risk profile. You also look at the emerging and strategic risks. Remain alert to the threats and potential systemic risks. So with that very brief kind of scene setting, I'm just going to turn around to my panelists. I'll start with Sanchita first with her opening remarks, and then Dr. Rajagopal and Manoj. And then we'll just have a couple of questions each. And in the interest of time, I might limit the audience question to just one, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everybody. So, risk is a flip side of opportunity. It's the erstwhile belief in current dynamic and agile way of working. Risk averse migrates to risk awareness, and that leads to opportunity. So those days are gone when we were of the feeling that risk is only about not enabler stopper. Today risk is more about enablers. Every board is trying to be future ready, scanning the environment and be future ready and continuously risk sensing. Organizations are not anymore treating risk as one of the function or a tick box. It's more and more wider adoption in an organization. Integrated risk management strategy is gaining values as been understood that the strategy can always remain a dream if it's not being risk evaluated properly. Be it a launch of a product, geography penetration, organizational structural changes, or other growth strategies. Every aspect needs a risk assessment, and that leads to newer thoughts, newer ideas, and growth, which leads to profit, and above all, it leads to value to all the stakeholders, and that's called opportunity. Board oversight is significantly increasing in risk management. Many large companies are now having dedicated risk heads, and board looks forward to their views in their strategy objectives, which leads to enabler or opportunity. Current generation CROs are more about risk enablers than risk averse, and that explains that risk is understood more as a growth opportunity in an organization. Pick up any of the recent years, corporate failure. It is pertinent that risk assessment was not strong, risk management was not strong in those organizations, and they have not been even listened more, is what we believe. In today's context, cybersecurity, our previous panel spoke about cybersecurity, technology disruption, regulatory risk, and above all, strategy risk assessments are the key risks for monitoring. Beyond that, we had first session which spoke about corporate sustainability and ESG, which is also a bedrock for now a new challenge in risk management framework comes into. Strong risk management leads to critical opportunities to meet strategic objective, drive growth, improve reputation and confidence in decision making. In every organization, the culture is more and more emitting towards guiding right way of doing things, and which comes only by a proper risk management and proper risk opportunities. To end my thoughts, I would like just to add on Tom Selleck's view, risk is a price you pay for opportunity. And finally, risk is not reactive, it is proactive, it's not destructive, it's continuous processes. And it's finally, a lot of infinite can lead to one finite impact, and hence it is time that we move more and more toward treating risk as an opportunity, an enabler, than risk as a threat to an organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanchita. Dr. Rajagopal, your opening remarks, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. When I look at this entire paradigm of risk and I see what is happening in Indian organizations, most of them, if not all of them, traditional risk management has always focused on external risks which can affect the functioning of an organization, or internal risks which could be in terms of processes, it could be in terms of finance, it could be in terms of supply chain, all the usual one. And most companies do not look at individual risk, but they look at the integration of risk, which is called as a portfolio risk management. But what I believe is going to really rule the roost in the years ahead is this entire space of ESG. Are you as an organization looking at risks related to ESG? A recent study of organizations which practice ESG has actually shown how can risk be translated into an opportunity for growth. Organizations which practice good ESG, their TSR or total shareholder return actually increased over a period of 4 or 5 years, and their entire cost of capital came down because lenders also are looking at how well are you managing ESG. Now, what is this entire ESG we talk about? You know, it seems to be a very nice term, environmental, social, and governance. But if you look at the environment portion, it is not only the climate change which we are talking about in terms of chemical industries or other automobile industries or process industries which actually generate a lot of these greenhouse gases. It's also the waste which you discharge into the environment, you know. How risky are you making the environment, the subterranean environment, the water, the aquatic environment in terms of your waste discharges? When you look at social, these two cannot be dissociated. You can't look externally and not look internally. Human being is very, very important in terms of how you manage your social capital as far as your workplace is concerned. And here I am not only talking about employee health and well-being, but your entire supply chain, your consumers, the communities in which you operate. Are you able to take care of the communities in which you operate? This morning we had a wonderful example of what Tata Steel is doing. And this entire space of governance, which is to do with best board practices about which we are deliberating today, it also looks at how closely are you looking at issues like shareholder, you know, especially the small shareholders, then the entire thing of related party transaction, fraud management. And today, one thing which has really come to the fore, apart from all that I have mentioned, is this entire space of cybersecurity. Shankar, you are an expert in the insurance sector. You would know that TRI has got, the IDRI has got some very, very stringent regulations. There are almost around 300 checkpoints to monitor for cybersecurity. I don't say we need to be so prescriptive in terms of what we are doing, but this is a serious threat. Especially with GDPR and European data protection rules and all, you need to manage your data very, very properly and sensitively. There's been a recent instance of ransomware of SpiceJet. We just know about it. So there is no looking back, there's no running away from the fact that these are the new risks which we actually need to look at. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajgopal. Manoj, over to you.
Good afternoon all. Thank you. So risk and opportunity shape up every business, and the board's oversight is always to leverage on those opportunities and mitigate the risk. So I come from insurance practice. So what do we give the support is the financial impact of every risk, which can be mitigated through various kinds of insurance programs. Post-pandemic, what we have seen is that, look, digitalization has become the oxygen for every business. But every new technology brings in new exposure. So one member asked about a question about, what about cyber insurance? The kind of claims post-pandemic situation, what the corporates have seen in India is humongous. So right amount of structuring, cyber insurance has mitigated those corporates' losses. If the business fails, always the litigation will be first against the board members and the board. The directors and officers' insurance policies have paid hundreds of millions of dollars of claim across the globe, even in India. Every product and service of the company brings in some kind of exposure. It is the board's strategic purview to make sure those business risks are mitigated. If those mitigation fails, the balance sheet will be exposed. In India, hundreds of millions of dollars claims have been taken by the corporates when the service were deficient or the product, fell down to the not meeting the required standards. So insurance plays a very critical role in risk management. And insurance policies have triggered many a times when there is a large financial impact to the balance sheets of the organizations.
Always count on an insurance broker to try and sell you the importance of insurance on cybersecurity and liability. So Sanchita, if I can just come to you, please. So how important is the role of risk management in strategy development and objectives? Can this be an opportunity or a control?
Yeah, so, the new dimensions which is coming out of risk management, and I see that happening across many organizations, many colleagues that I know, is being part right at the stage when we are doing strategy setting, when we are doing strategy development, strategy objective, and strategy enablers. All three elements have the risk assessment being added into it. If you are, as I said, if you think your strategy as a, just not being evaluated well enough, is just a dream. And when you start evaluating it, then you are able to make it a strategy objective which you can lead you to achieving the objective. As I said, even the board is looking for view from risk management committee or from risk, the chief risk officer or the risk head. What is the view on the strategy? You may have a strategy which is, you're reaching out to a geography, we're reaching out to a new product adding, or, coming up with a new process line, or moving to a global arena, or maybe organic or inorganic growth. But if that is not well evaluated from a risk standpoint, that will lead to a failure. And this is where it comes as an opportunity. That is where it comes as a opportunity to be well evaluated and well thoughtful decision. Then it becomes an enabler, and it becomes important for every decisioning which has been taken in an organization with respect to strategy. And just not that, even during the course of the journey, it is right to continuously keep monitoring where have you reached, any new risk has emerged out of the whole process into the process, or if it has emerged out of the process, then do you need to stitch it, do you need to look at the other or alternative way of doing it, or you need to do away with the strategy because otherwise the objective, otherwise you may lead into a losses or failure. So that is where risk comes as a bigger opportunity for any organization.
Thank you. So Dr. Rajgopal, everybody spoke about how the COVID pandemic has, significantly altered the risk paradigm. Do you see that companies are using this as an opportunity to innovate? And then how are they adapting that in relation to diversity and inclusion?
Well, that's a really good question. But I would like to put it in a different fashion, that even before COVID started, some companies in India and of course abroad also were already on the path to diversifying their work field and also enabling people to work at the place with all support. When you talk of diversity at the work field, it is not only gender diversity, but diversity in all forms. You bring in people with different viewpoints so that you are able to benefit and assimilate from them. What COVID actually did was to speed up this entire process of retaining talent. Because very many people during COVID actually realized that they were not happy in the jobs which they were doing, and they wanted to switch over. And you would have seen this happening. Many people, when the COVID started lifting up, and there were some people who wanted to come back to work and all others didn't want to come back. Organizations are now taking a step towards ensuring that both talent and diversity are really, really valued. But one spin-off which I would like to mention here in the context of the social dimension which I spoke to you about, the ESG risk, is that mental well-being at the workplace has become a huge, huge challenge. Today, of all of us sitting here, we may outwardly look extremely normal and happy and all. But believe me, there is evidence to prove that 1 in 4 people in this room is suffering from some sort of anxiety, stress, or depression. Yeah. Some of you may not like me telling this, but that's the real truth. During the COVID time, this actually went up to 1 in 3. So the mental impact is something which organizations will need to take cognizance of, and they need to put in place what we normally do. For instance, I used to work for Unilever, and we had a system where no person could be 1 click or 1 call away from support as far as mental well-being was concerned. There's a concept of mental first aiders. People, line managers could look at you and tell you that, something is wrong, you're not in the right spirit today. So that to me is going to be very, very important as we move forward. How do organizations look at this entire space of health and well-being of employees?
Yeah, thank you. And I think that's a very valid point, because I think more and more companies, certainly the international companies, are definitely talking about mental well-being, and trying to give them that space. Manoj, over to you. Obviously risk for us is opportunity, right? The more the risk is, the more the opportunity is there for us. We both come from the insurance sector, by the way, so we can relate to each other quite a bit. But how have insurance solutions provided enough opportunity for businesses to stay on top of risk? And I'm talking about it from a technology, you address cyber, but there's also strategic decision making, there's M&A activity that's going on quite a bit. How do you think we are coping with that?
So, post-pandemic, you must have seen that a huge amount of consolidation which is happening in the business segment. Bigger companies are becoming bigger and bigger. Smaller companies, even with a good business model, which they are scared of the new world, so they are selling off the business to the big guys. So now, what we have seen certain paradigm shift in buying insurance too. So earlier the family-owned businesses, when they do buy, they were very sure about that buying target companies. Now they are looking into some kind of a risk mitigation through mergers and acquisition insurance, because every selling company, they do give lots of representations and warranties about their business. And earlier, pre-pandemic, the Indian promoters who were buying out this business, which they were okay with the kind of indemnification provided by these selling companies. That trend, there is a big change in that trend. Now these Indian buyers, which they are taking some kind of a insurance which is called reps and warranties insurance, to make sure if those representations which are made by the sellers, if they are found not adequate later, and if there is any kind of a reduction in the enterprise value which they have acquired, the policy will support. So that is one thing which we have seen. There is a change in the trend. Now the technology, which we talk about, lots of new technologies which are coming in. Every new technology brings in huge amount of exposure. So you need to understand that, look, insurance always succeeds the risk, which we are not very innovative. We always see that, look, there is an exposure which has come in. Obviously, then we write a policy contract or we structure an insurance contract. So cyber is such a product. It is changing as the technology changes, because if you look into the 5 years back, what was a cyber insurance, and today, there are lots of changes to the policy contract, because the evolving technology or the changing technology pushed so much of changes for the insurance also. So every risk is an opportunity for us, and that opportunity for us, which is a kind of a balance sheet protection for the business. They pay the premium and they buy a promise from the insurance company. If this risk plays out in this way, and if there is a financial loss to my organization, this policy should respond to indemnify me. That's the way which I see it.
Awesome. So Sanchita, over to you again. So how is risk management unfolding in the NBFC sector? And do you see that as an enabler or again another constraint for them?
So, last couple of years, regulator has been coming up with change in regulation, which is leading to stronger and stronger presence, or stronger and stronger valuation being added by the risk management or by the chief risk officer or the risk assessment of the NBFC. Few years back, RBI came back saying that you need to have a mandatory CRO, and CRO has to be an independent of any other responsibility, and the CRO has to report to the board or to the MD of the organization. So that has led to a lot of independence to the risk team part, risk management framework in an organization. Further, if I look at, and if I try to break into changes which has happened over last few years, and if I look at my ERM framework and the 9 elements of ERM framework, first, foremost impact which has happened is in the credit assessment. In the credit assessment, there has been a significant change, lot of digitization has happened. The newer way of working where you are not in contact with the person, wherein, the OKYC, the EKYC is also now being allowed by our regulator. So significant support which is coming in, and as and when we are moving ahead, we are seeing we are coming at par with, banks also. The recent November 21 policy which came in, wherein the IRAC norm, wherein income recognition norm or the asset recognition norm has significantly changed, which is bringing at par with banks. So this is very technical in terms, but now we have to recognize an NPA as an NPA the way banks are recognizing it. So there is coming very at par with respect to banks are concerned. Second is in terms of liquidity risk management. The liquidity risk management framework by RBI has promoted enough liquidity risk management framework, which leads to LCR recognition. Even they are trying to have LCR as similar to as a bank by 2024 of 100%. HQLA requirement is coming in, which is leading NBFCs to maintain a significant amount of shock absorption capacity in a short-term liquidity risk, so as to have it doesn't spill over the risk, the liquidity risk that an NBFC is facing does not spill over into the real economy, because they are able to take the short-term shock because of the liquidity risk management framework, which is LRM framework, which has been regulated and provided by RBI. So such are the few changes which is coming in. Similarly, compliance is coming up as a significant important role for NBFCs, and all these activities which are coming in, regulatory framework, cyber security. I am expecting a PDPBA policy also being, the framework which is coming up. So there are significant changes which are happening, which are bringing bank and NBFC at par in a lot of areas, and that brings an opportunity because we are more evaluating risk assessment is getting stronger, which is leading to strong portfolio development, strong credit development of that particular NBFCs, and that is leading to an opportunity because that is important for all the stakeholder, whether shareholders, whether employee, whether customer, whether vendors. It is important that we are able to assess our risk in a significant manner, and we are able to sustain the interests of these all stakeholders. So hence it's an opportunity and it's a significant transformation which we are seeing in. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Rajagopal, everybody talked a lot about ESG and climate risk and everything else, right? What does net zero mean? Okay, number one. And an associated question with that would be, which companies or sectors do you think are doing better in achieving that?
When you look at net zero, it actually means that the total amount of greenhouse gases which you release into the atmosphere, it could be carbon dioxide, it could be methane, it could be nitrous oxide or the fluorinated gases. You try and bring that down to zero level. If you can't, then at least try and extract as much from the atmosphere of these as you release up, so that net the balance is zero. It also ties up with a promise which has been made starting right from the Paris Convention and now reiterated in the COP26 with different timelines, that we will try and reach not more than 1.5 degrees centigrade of warming as compared to pre-industrial levels by the year 2050. And in fact, Prime Minister Modi in COP26 has committed that India would reach it by almost 2070, with other standards to bring it down by 2030, out of which renewable energy is almost 50%. Replacement of the petrol vehicles with electric vehicles is going to be a big thing. So these are all the things which happen in our efforts to go towards net zero. When you talk about industries which are more likely to reach there, you must first understand which are the industries which predominantly increase the level of greenhouse gases. So there are 6 or 7 different groups of industries. First one is, of course, the power one, this because of the fossil fuels they use. The second one is the chemical industries, whether it is steel or whether it is cement or other chemical industries, because of the way in which they use the energy sources, they also release a lot of these greenhouse gases. The third one is automobiles, obviously. And then you have this flag, which is forestry, land and agriculture. Deforestation causes a lot of problem as far as greenhouse gases is concerned. Building also causes this. And finally, in agriculture, animals produce a lot of methane. So these are all the industries which are really clogging up the atmosphere. So which industries are more likely to reach this? I would think that industries which are heavily polluting, they have an incentive to do so. It is going to be very expensive. Believe me, it's not going to be possible for industries alone to be able to do this. A total of $750 trillion is what is expected to be spent over the next 20-30 years to be able to help these industries reach this position of net zero. In India, almost around 50 companies have committed to reach net zero, and they are the usual suspects like HUL or the bellwether IT industries or Reliance and all. But I think the ones which would reach there fastest are those which are not really polluting the atmosphere so much. The more the burden of pollution you have, that much more time you will actually take. Because what does this entail? It entails replacement of technologies. So I see 2 key enablers to reach this. One is, it will be technology driven, and the other one is huge amount of capital influx. Finance is really going to be the crux in this. So your guess is as good as mine that who is going to reach there first, but it requires a tremendous degree of political willpower and technology and finance. We spoke about technology in the morning. One thing which, I think Hari Bhakti mentioned in the morning, that there are various attempts being made. Like, can you actually send back the heat from the sun back to the sun? So you got this solar geoenergy sort of stuff. An experiment was tried where sulfur dioxide was sprayed in the atmosphere, and they found that the light came through but not the heat. But it has got its own side effect. There are carbon trapping mechanisms now available where you can store it underground. So this is a very open field at present, but the commitment is the most important thing.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I'm going to throw this out to the audience. Any question for the panel? And if you have nothing, then I'll have one more question for Manoj, who I've left out. No questions? Wow. We either bowled them over or they're really looking forward to their tea. So then Manoj, then I'm just going to come back to you with one last question. The SME segment, I think a lot of reference was made earlier about SME segments struggling, but at the same time, they're also looking to grow quite a bit, right? And the complexity of the market is also going to grow accordingly. So do you think that as insurers, we are geared up to capture the opportunity that's there?
So the big question is that, look, do we need the next $1 billion company or $100 million companies? The solution for India's problem is we need $101 million companies, because 65% of our population lives in the tier 3 cities. So now if we look into it, how our SME and MSMEs are playing out statistically, they are contributing 40% of our industrial output and 60% of our export.
Now, total general insurance premium in India is only 2 lakh crore, and what is the contribution of SME or MSME is less than 10%. So it very clearly shows that, look, it is an under-penetrated market. They have not protected their balance sheet by mitigating their risk. It is very clear from the premium itself. Now, what happens is that, look, the biggest problem of MSME is, or SME is, the business interruption, the loss of profit. If they are affected by any supply chain issues or any catastrophe, or if there is a cyber attack, they are also digitally going out. If there is any kind of a business interruption, already there is not much credit which is available for these institutions, and they will be out of the business. So obviously, the insurers have a huge responsibility to structure package products in a very simple form and make it affordable for these SMEs and MSMEs to make sure that, look, their balance sheet is protected and they will not be facing a problem of loss of profit arising out of any of these catastrophic events, cyber issues, or any supply chain issues. So we have to do lots of things in that sector.
Great, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, uncertainty is a constant in our industry, and risk management, if you manage it properly, provides an opportunity for all of your businesses to thrive and adapt. So with that, please join me in thanking my panel and Mr. Walia.
Thank you so much. I now request Vikesh Walia, sir, to kindly present memento to the dignitaries on stage. So this brings us to the end of yet another segment of today, and it's time for Chai and Charcha, as it's networking with some tea and coffee. So, so it's just a quick 15 minutes break, and we'll connect back at 4:30 sharp.
Is your device preference holding you back from your board meetings? Experience the remote meeting transformation. Now you can join or conduct any meeting with your preferred device of choice. BoardPack, the world's most user-friendly board meeting automation solution, supports desktops, laptops, Windows Surface, Android tablets, iPads, Android phones, and iOS devices, so you can join all your meetings remotely and securely. To learn more about how you can get BoardPack installed on your preferred device for your next board meeting, reach out to one of our business managers at sales@boardpack.co. Secure collaboration at your fingertips.
When you're a certified management accountant, managers will do whatever it takes to get you on their team.
We'll pay for your lunch.
We'll pay for your apartment.
Because people who turn data into decisions are always in demand. CMA, it makes all the difference.
See you on Monday.
I would request Chairperson P.H. Ravi Kumar, sir, followed by panelists Mr. Rajnikant Patel, Deena Mehta, and Mahesh Krishnamurthy ji to kindly come on the dais. To introduce our chairperson for this very panel discussion, Enhancing Board Committee Performance, he is the Independent Director, Aditya Birla Group, the Capital Advisors Limited and Bharat Forge Limited. He is the chairperson of CISI's India Advisory Council, the founder, MD, CEO, and Chief Executive Officer of National Commodity and Derivatives Exchange Limited and Invent Assets. He has worked in senior positions with ICICI Bank, Bank of India, and other private sector bank in India. Moving on to Ms. Deena Mehta. She is the former president of PSE Limited. She is on the advisory board of several educational institutions. She holds being the first woman director on board of BSc as well as the first woman president. Ms. Mehta, yes. Ms. Mehta is the promoter director of Central Depository Services Limited, the founder member of South Asian Federation of Exchanges, the Association of Stock Exchanges of SAARC countries. And she is also the member of SEBI committees. Next, we have on board our panelist, Mr. Mahesh Krishnamurthy, who is the independent director, Yes Bank. Initially, he was at RGB, and he has also been a limited partner with Arca Venture Labs and a supervisory board member at MyCFO. As an impact advisor, he is deeply interested in sustainability and environmental social governance challenges. He is the advisor with Buzz on Earth Media. Next, we have on board Rajnikant Patel, who is a former MD and CEO BSc, a mentor, advisor, speaker, and he has contributed to the evolution in securities market, demutualization, and policy framework. He is experienced CXO level and business advisory with demonstrated ability to turn around and scale up businesses. All stage to the chairperson.
Thank you, IOD, for calling me and my colleagues here on the dais. I'm intending to follow a I would say, format where I would speak not more than 5 minutes, and my colleagues also would speak, each of them would speak for 5 minutes. And then I would leave the floor to you all for 25 minutes. And if you don't ask questions, I'm going to ask them questions and supplement their answers. The intent is, I think this is not a subject many of you need to be told anything, excepting that maybe examples and how things were dealt could indicate possible courses of action that each of us followed. I would only say 2-3 things. That audit committee's importance has continuously gathered over the last decade and a half. In a sense, particularly for listed companies, it's seen as a very important board committee. And the legal definition for somebody who can be a member of the audit committee as well as the chair of the audit committee is just that the person should be financial and accounting literate. Though I would say it's a good practice that most companies have chartered accountants heading audit committee, I have seen quite well-functioning boards where the person is from financial services but not a chartered accountant. So chartered accountant is the preferred mode of appointment. 2 aspects which are gaining importance in recent times in this, I'm not talking of the other areas which all of you would know. One is ethics is a scope of audit committee. And the second, increasingly gathering steam, is prevention of insider trading. I would say in recent times, number of cases have gone up in every company in regard to violation of insider trading, particularly listed companies. And the new trends is something we will speak about during our deliberations. NRC, in fact, I would say is the brain of the company, Nomination and Remuneration Committee. Quite a few organizations have strategy as a part of NRC committee, but increasingly as organizations become larger, strategy committee becomes independent of that. And the third, I would say, is stakeholders committee. And here, I believe there is a very immediate need of redefining the scope of the stakeholder committee. It's technically defined as to handle grievances by holders of securities. I think we need to go much beyond. They need to look at dividend policy of the company that belongs to the stakeholders. They need to look at IPO, follow-up IPO, or preferential allotment. I believe these should be the rightful domain of any stakeholders committee. And broadly, in regard to effective functioning, I would divide companies into 2 groups, public sector companies on one hand and non-public sector companies on the other. Public sector companies by ethos are more compliant, I would say. It affects, in their decision making, somehow because I come from a public sector background, therefore I can tell you that business decisions have a large say of first looking at compliance before business, which is the other way around in private sector companies. Private sector companies, I would divide again into two lots, family run and non-family run. I am on boards of both these types of companies. Non-family run are diversified holding companies, and all the private sector companies, I would put them into three buckets. There are companies where I am associated, whose MIS to the board is on a need-to-know basis, which I am not happy. We are trying to change. That whatever is mandated would be brought, not a thing more unless you ask for it. You need to ask. Such companies, you need to be continuously on toes and drive the reformatting of the MIS brought to the board and board committees. The second is, once you ask on a sustained basis, the second category, they bring you. And the last is transparent companies. And I would say the last is the one which have done well in the last decade. They will continue to do well. And two specific areas I hope we will cover in the deliberations is, one is relating to ESG, that is environment, social and governance. I do not know whether in the morning sessions we had a discussion on that, but that is something very important happening. And the second which is happening as we bring diversity to boards and diversity to employment in the organizations, two sides of it. One is POSH, prevention of sexual harassment, which audit committees look at. And the other is whistleblowers, again audit committees look at it. I would stop at this, and I would request each of my colleagues to say their views. I would request you to stick to 5 to 6 minutes. And it is a curious coincidence that we have Dina Ben and Rajnikant Patel, who have been associated with BSc, that we are meeting today in the hall, which I believe both of them were involved in building through the last, I would say, 100 years plus. Thank you.
In the last session, you are going to clap even if you don't like it, because it's going to be a short time. So that's the advantage. Okay. For me, it's always, as Ravi was saying, for me and Dinaben also, it's for us, it's alma mater. So being here, present in this august place is quite a thing. Let me, when we look at performance, board performance and then committee performance, let me take you back 20 years. Let's look at what was the catchword over that time. Buzzword was corporate governance. 20 years ago, we have been talking, there have been international incidents and, of course, the domestic ones, and then everybody was talking of corporate governance. If you had gone back and if you study that, people were not talking about corporate performance. We were only looking at corporate governance, whether this was done, that was done, then Sarbanes-Oxley, check marks, this, that, everything came in. Slow and steadily. Just as morning session we heard that few companies, Big Four, one of the Big Four started doing survey, then people started saying, okay, corporate governance is one part, it is a cost, it has got a lot of other negative from the business perspective. So, does it really affect the business? Does it really help the businesses? If you are a good corporate, you have a good corporate governance, your board is superbly ethical and everything, but the company is closed down. Has it really helped? No. Then does it have a commercial angle? And that's when the people started looking at correlating corporate governance to corporate performance. If you are good, are going to make a good profit. If you are good, you get a good reputation. If you are good, if you have a good reputation, your business is going to thrive. And therefore, good corporate governance leads to good corporate performance. Then 20 years hence, we know it is true. It speaks volumes, and we know that, yeah, when you go to buy any brand, anywhere, any commodity, white goods or anything else, or a car, you have a perception. That is based on your experience, knowledge, information about that brand. Whether that brand is a good brand, whether that brand has a good ethical, corporate, other employee welfare, all those things. Now, today we are talking of ESG. And we must talk this because it is all on the ESG part and best practices. Today we are substituting that corporate governance or enhancing it with ESG. If your ESG, your DNA, your corporate DNA, your culture is caring for the people, if it is inbuilt into your bloodstream, on your corporate bloodstream, that we need to care for environment. Because we talk of sustainability. I believe, today, as of today, I believe it is more than sustainability. It is about survival. You may sustain a business, but imagine a situation when you don't survive. Today, our stakes are so high that we need to remove this ESG from the table and put it into our heart. That is what we need to do, because just as corporate governance was the DNA base, today we need to enhance. As our coronavirus keeps on changing, mutating, our corporate policies and structure keeps on changing. We need to be vaccinated, and that vaccination is ESG. If we do this, and how do we do it? We talked about throughout the day. Let's come to the brass tacks. We talk, we have policies, we have parameters which are being developed, we have international regulations which are coming in. Of course, it's a little far away for us to have a global similar, just as XBRL has a taxonomy, that sort of a thing, little later. But it is evolving. So, how do you implement? And that comes to you through performance. Who performs? The business, the compliance, the corporate social responsibility, our responsibility to the social parameters, and our concern for the environment, our concern for our society and the surrounding, and our concern about ourselves, how we are going to survive henceforth in the coming time if we keep on polluting, we keep on taking, and we don't give it back. Payback to society is a very simple way of ESG. We need to pay back to society what we draw, and that is where our board, our committees, our corporate culture has to change. It has to consider that this is a time when we need to perform actually on the ground, and for that we need system, we need information, we need infrastructure, we need framework, and all that at the board level, because board is ultimately responsible for compliances, for governance, for sustainability, for your performance. And therefore, we being a part of the board, how do we ensure that our board is actively following this? It is committed, and it is showing the commitment and translating it into the ground level. And that is why the various committees, and if you look at the ESG parameters, they say you have two ways. One, you can have a single ESG committee at the board, where the board constructs a committee and it follows everything. We can also have an option to construct different committees, ESG committees, on a parameter wise. And there, we have a small minor committee which actually reports to the board. And we need to lay down performance parameter. I think this is what as per me, this is what Mr. Vikesh Walia, when he actually included this subject, this is what we probably was in mind, that we need to take this up, bring it out from the ground level and put it on the table and try to see that how do we actually implement this and what tools do we use. Performance monitoring, peer reviews, committees talking to and making a presentation to other board members, and being responsible. Should we lay down parameters even to the board committees who are responsible for this implementation? Can we do a performance matrix and put it before in the annual report that we had the CSG committee and this is what it has done? And this is how it was implemented. Parameters, performance, and percentage. I think this is what, Ravi, I just wanted to lay the foundation. And of course, your question, answer, and further, Dinaben and Mahesh will elaborate. Thank you so much for listening.
It's my distinct pleasure to be here. I want to thank the IOD for inviting me here and giving me the opportunity to spend some time with all of you, meet all of you. And my felicitations on the fact that you've organized a very successful event on a subject that is very current and very topical. We were supposed to talk about board committees, but now I'm tickled because ESG is also very close to my heart. It's very near and dear to my heart. I won't get into ESG right now, but it transcends virtually, I think, every item on this agenda that's been discussed today. And I don't think that's an overstatement. I don't think that's an exaggeration. Any discussion about board governance with regard to Yes Bank cannot be understood in the proper context without understanding the Yes Bank story. And I think many of you are probably very aware of the Yes Bank story pre-March 2020, where the institution and the enterprise was on the brink. And I would even say from a clinical medical standpoint, it was in a coma. And we ended up, as we all know, dealing with a moratorium as instituted by the government of India. And following that moratorium, very quickly, the moratorium was lifted and the gazette came out from the government reconstituting the bank. So the so-called reconstruction scheme was put in place. And that's how the board came about. So we ended up having 4 board members that were appointed by the government at the recommendation of the RBI. And then we had 2 RBI directors, and we had 2 directors appointed by SBI. Now, you'll all be interested to know that this happened in March 2020, bang in the middle of COVID, or right at the beginning of COVID and an intensifying wave of COVID. So you probably won't believe me when I tell you this, but the board that had been constituted at that point met only virtually. We had never known each other, we had never met each other before, so we didn't know who we were dealing with, but we met virtually. We came together virtually, and we got things going virtually. So the way I like to look at the governance story, and we can talk about committees and their effectiveness and so on, but the way I like to look at it is to think of it as, you know, we talked about technology, it's really all about nuking and booting the computer. So what that really means is deleting everything on the hardware, cleaning out the software, cleaning out the operating system, cleaning out the applications, and reloading all of that afresh so that we could start new. So from that perspective, we really were a very entrepreneurial team in having inherited what we inherited. Now, I think the rest of the story is pretty well known. You know, we went through virtually, and I'll keep repeating that word because it was quite amazing how the board was able to get things done virtually. Some of us were overseas, some of us were here in India or in other parts of the world, and you know, there were time zone differences and so on, but the fact that the meetings were virtual, board meetings and or committee meetings for 2 years. The first face-to-face board meeting of Yes Bank took place on May 6th, 2022, right? So that just gives you an idea of what governance can be in a virtual environment. And so you've seen the results. You know, a 24,000 crore loss 3 years ago, a 3,000 crore loss 2 years ago, and a 1,000 crore profit this year, a full year profit, with many improving metrics, parameters as imbibed by the analyst community, the research community, and many others. And of course, it's an ongoing journey, but the platform is there. We're going for a capital raise. We're setting up an ARC asset reconstruction platform. So all of those basic parameters have been achieved. And the only thing I can tell you is that it has been achieved because of very strong governance, extremely strong governance. And we had to go to an extreme with that. And I think what I'm saying here needs to be juxtaposed against what used to be governance pre-2020. And so if you look at it in that context, I think you'll get a sense for the kind of tone and messaging that had to be conveyed at the board level and through the committees to the organizations and to the leadership team at the bank and below leadership team as well. Now, 3 words come to mind in terms of board effectiveness. One is transparency, the other is teamwork, and perhaps last but most important, I would say, is trust. So it was the board's task and priority to give the entire staff a sense of belonging, a sense of pride, a sense of importance, a sense of significance, and a sense of mission and purpose. We heard the word purpose just a little while ago. A great franchise that had been brought to the brink. So we needed to remind people that the underlying franchise was still a tremendous franchise. Superb technology capabilities, and for the most part had kept many stakeholders very happy. So I won't go too much further into this other than to say that, at Yes Bank we have 9 committees. And are they all essential? I would say yes. At this juncture, and at the juncture that we were 2 years ago, every one of them was vital. Be it the Technology Strategy Committee, be it the Nomination Remuneration Committee, of course, Capital Raise Committee. We did an FPO for 15,000 crores 4 months after the board came together in July of 2020. The Risk Management Committee, needless to say, stress testing the portfolio, looking at the bad loans, the NPAs, and so on and so forth. So every one of those committees was vital and critical. And I'm happy to talk a little bit more about how we think we made those committees reasonably effective. So I'll sort of leave it at that. Thank you.
I was involved in designing of this hall when Mr. Clinton came. And before that, there was a bomb blast. And I happened to be in the hall when the bomb blast happened. And we had a glass ceiling which completely broke and fell down. And everything in this hall was, a lot of effort went into making it. These photographs we see, actually they look very big photographs, but let me tell you, their original size was 6 inches and 9 inches. And it was a technology challenge to make such a big photograph, because as you try to enlarge it, it tends to become very porous and you can't see it clearly. And all these panels which you see, there is cotton behind it in order to have a soundproofing which is done. And these long ones which you see, they were also selected from seeing some international convention centers. So everything in this hall, it gives me a lot of memories. So I'm really thankful to you for having invited me today, because I never say no, though of course I was told that I have to be one of the audience, but I ended up being on the panel. Of course, board committees is something, I am continuously on board since 1994. So 28 years non-stop, I have been on some board or the other. And I think if I add my board years, they are more than 100. So I have been on board of banks, on board of exchange, depository, oil companies, housing finance companies, ARC, National Payment Corporation. Now I am on board of bank. So a wide variety of businesses. I have been fortunate to be on the boards of so many businesses, and I have learnt a lot. I mean, I was very fortunate that Mr. Narayan Murthy was our chairman on board of NPCI. So 3 years I spent with him, and it was a real huge learning experience on how to think 50 years ahead. With the board, I was on the board with Mr. Ramadorai, who is TCS chairman, and then again a minister for skill development, and again another very big IT person who was there. So I have been fortunate to work with so many board members who have been very illustrious and very conscious, I think very conscious about corporate governance and how important it is that we as directors have to uphold the corporate governance. And when it comes to committees, of course, both the gentlemen have spoken, but I will speak more about the responsibilities which are there of the committee. Because according to me, all important matters are to be decided by the committee only. It is generally the recommendation of the committee which goes to the board, and then the board by and large accepts the declaration, accepts the recommendation, because the committee has deliberated on it. And today, the kind of committees which we had earlier, essentially we had only audit committee, which was one of the important committees which were there. But today, I think risk management is a very important committee which is there on most of the boards. Another very important committee is IT, because every company, the thirst of going technological is very great. So we have a lot of importance been given to ITs. crores of rupees budgets are approved. Like for example, on board of NPCI, we approved crores of rupees because the entire setup, even BSc, when we did the entire modernization and we introduced online trading. In fact, I remember the first computer which was bought, I think, in late 90s by BSc, it costed 18 lakh rupees. And there was so much discussion to buy, not to buy. There were so many people said, no, no, don't buy. We were using LIC infrastructure at night. So during the day, LIC did its work, and at night we used their servers because we had those punch cards. So we had to send those punch cards to match the trade. So every day at night we would use their servers, and sometimes because of maintenance, if the server is down, then our entire stock exchange system would go for a toss because we could not get the processed transaction statements. So from that thing to today, when the budget runs into 100 crore, 200 crore, 500 crore, and that is the kind of importance that is being given to IT committees today. And of course, along with IT, another very important thing is the cyber security, which is again a matter of great concern. And of course, RBI and others, they insist on having frauds also being reported separately. So cyber security, in fact, if you are on board of a bank, which I am on board of Fino Bank, I had to mandatorily go through a 3-day program on cyber security compulsorily, and I attended that program for 3 days. And it is a real learning experience for all of us. Then we look at risk committee. Again, asset liability mismatch is a very big concern, especially in case of finance companies and even in other companies where, the people tend to borrow short term and try to lend it long term. So that is one very important thing. So we may think that, we are just on the committees. No, you have a huge amount of responsibility when you are clearing any agenda item. And let me tell you, I am known as a very khadus person when it comes to approving of minutes and ensuring that entire background paper is presented and everything that is discussed is properly documented. I have gone before all the JPCs in this country, which is the Biju Patnaik JPC, then 92 scam, then 2001 scam, and then 2008 scam. I have presented myself before all the JPCs. 3 days, 4 days questioning goes on. And it is the board minutes which are most useful in saying what was the intent, what we did, what we didn't do, why we did what we did, and why we didn't do what we did. So you will be a very big asset for all the other board members who do not make notes during the meeting. If you make notes and you ensure that everything that was discussed is documented or not. Because let me tell you, with due respect to all the company secretaries who are working in so many, I think I have 25 companies, I have been there. The amount of, copy-paste which goes on in preparing the minutes is really very sad. Huge amount of copy-paste from previous meeting to this meeting. There is no attempt made in writing. Words are casually used. For example, there was generally no default. I mean, generally no default means what? There could be default, or majorly there was no default. That means minorly there was a default. So making clear-cut statements, there is no default. I think that those kind of small things, which will really haunt you, if of course, as I said, I have been before so many investigators also. And all these small words which are there, they really pull out the minutes. You are chairman of audit committee, you are chairman of risk committee. This is what is written. And increasingly, let me tell you, all the regulators, other day I had a 2-hour session with anti-money laundering cell from Delhi. There were 7 of them, and they wanted to know how you are managing your anti-money laundering, what kind of reports you keep, what kind of alerts you see. So every agency has become extremely conscious about their responsibility. So as a result of that, they pull you up. I remember in one company, the credit rating agency, they wanted to interview all of us to know what all risks are there, is everything taken care of, is everything fine or not. So, I mean, that was the first experience at credit rating agency coming and interviewing the independent directors. So these kind of, developments are happening all around us. So if you are on committees, even if you are not on committees, you are just on the board, I think being conscious of what is the agenda papers, what is being discussed, which committee, and I would say that by and large in the board, you have to insist that some of the other committees should go into detail, because the board meeting lasts for 2 hours, 2.5 hours. It's not more than that. If there are 40, 50 agenda items, it is not possible for you to go into detail of each and every item which is there before you. So it is important that we understand that the role of committees is very serious. And as a board member, if you are not on the committee, you can actually ask the committee members to brief you on the various aspects which are there, because this is what is going to be very useful for you. Because what we used to say, that being questioned is an exception, but no. Today, being questioned is a rule. Some of the other agency, even a friendly agency like a credit rating agency, which is not investigating, but it wants to know what is going on and what you are doing. So I think with these brief words, I will call a stop. As I said, this podium is very dear to me, so if I talk a lot. So I'm going to stop. Thank you very much, and any questions, Ravi is there, we can answer them.
Examples I want to give particularly for governance and in regard to the effort which goes in the committees of the board. In respect of governance, many people think that whatever is regulatorily or legally required, you comply with it, you are a well-governed company. Not so. If you are driving and let us say the traffic light is red and you stop, you are not a well-governed company. You are obliged to follow the red light. You stop, and that is you are doing the least. But let us suppose you are driving a car, it has turned green for you, and a pregnant woman or an old man has begun crossing the road, and you stop. That is governance. Yes. See, how many companies in India which claim governance are indeed practicing governance? I would say a handful. Companies are evolving. 20 years back, I would say that why should SEBI or RBI mandate things? I take the example of women directors, and it did not happen till they made it compulsory. And I can tell you, I am on boards where the diversity and the depth of knowledge my colleague women directors bring is unparalleled. They add perspectives which many of us miss. So I'll start with a question I leave the choice to individual panelists. Let me start with the audit committee. And recently we have had a spate of dismissals of the MD by the board. You had BharatPay, one of the promoters or the directors. Recently, I'm forgetting the name of the company, a women MD was also asked to leave. We have had earlier frauds at DHFL and ILFS, the mother of all. I'll start with Mahesh. Yes, no, I am not mentioning because of discretion, yes, bank. But I would want to start with Mahesh, saying that in hindsight, what would be your learnings which would prevent these accidents from the audit committee perspective?
Okay. Somehow I knew that this question would come to me first. So that's why I raised my hand and preempted him from picking on me. I selected myself. The fundamental breach or lacuna in these types of instances, as we've seen, is typically have to do with related party transactions, insufficient segregation of duties. So when you have, say, the chairman of the board or the MD and CEO as chairman of the credit committee, I mean, what else can one expect but the credit committee to want to kind of nod and say yes to the chairman of that committee, not only because the individual is chairman of the committee, but also because the individual is chairman of the enterprise, right? So those are situations that could have been avoided. I think the representation by the board as a whole is vital, and the responsibility is onerous, to Dinaji's point. Here's the thing. If a board decides to forget about its conscience, then frankly, all hell can break loose. The minute the board decides that it either has a conscience and is not going to pay any attention to that conscience, or it has no conscience, I think the end game is inevitable. And in this instance, the lacunas permeated pretty much 3 or 4 of the most critical committees, including the ACB, the audit committee. And dare I say that the external auditors were also under immense pressure to sort of do a nod and a wink on certain questionable transactions and questionable practices, only out of the need for self-preservation. They didn't want to lose the business, right? This is another typical type of behavior that we've seen in the past. So now you have an entire fraternity that is hand in hand and in collusion. How do you deal with that? How do you fight that? It's very, very difficult. When that sort of lack of governance corrodes the entire organization, it becomes virtually impossible for anybody to, especially at the top, when it happens at the top, it's virtually impossible for anybody to stem that tide. And so, as far as the ACB is concerned, one could argue at some level that, to use your analogy, the traffic light is red, you stop, and it turns green, but an elderly person is crossing the road, what do, right? Because the rules say you can go, it's green. What are you going to do? Drive off and crush the pedestrian? No. The point here is that it's not just about ticking the boxes. The point here is to focus on not just the statutory and regulatory aspects, but also the fiduciary responsibilities of the board. And the fiduciary responsibilities of the board really focus on the agency responsibility of the board, the ethics, and what appears to be right or wrong to the conscience and the spirit of what we're trying to do. So I think when those elements get corroded, then any organization, as we have seen in the past, is in for big trouble.
Thank you, Mahesh. It was really brave of you to take that question. I'd only supplement it 2-3 things because I chair a large audit committee, a listed company. First and foremost is trust but verify. Never blindly trust anything brought. A certain level of trust is needed. Second is you have statutory auditors, you have internal auditors, you have concurrent auditors, a host of them, cost auditors. And in fact, I can tell you, cost auditors in most companies is a relic of the Companies Act, and they don't use it. We use it. We say the cost auditors know, particularly in a manufacturing company, the manufacturing process, redefine their scope because their appointment is legal, which most companies, if given a chance, would terminate the contract. We have started asking them to look at weaknesses in manufacturing processes. And how do we use scrap? How do we reduce usage of the critical raw materials? A lot of work is needed and external help is good. You can hire best brains to ensure that the integrity of the reporting, what is happening, is of the highest order. I go to the next one, and this is again, I will leave Mahesh this out, but to Dinaben or to Rajnikant, it's a bouncer, a Mohsin Khan or Usman Malik. Aditya Birla has recently announced doubling of the capex for its entry into paints business. If you are on the board of Asian Paints or Indigo, the JSW arm, or Berger Paints or Kansai Nerolac, how would you, as a part of the strategy or NRC, respond to this announcement?
Even JSW has announced that they are going to... No, but they are also directly targeting, is there. So,
but how would you respond?
No, I think, see, one is talking about, is there anything wrong in announcing competition? Coke and Pepsi.
How would you respond as an incumbent company?
As an incumbent, you are in Asian Paint, for example. Okay. You are in Asian Paint, so how will you respond? So see, each has their own business strategies. If there is either you create a niche for yourself or you see how you are prepared as a board. You will definitely question, because I remember on all major events which have happened in whichever companies I have been, I have insisted on a board discussion on this important event which happened. So first thing is, we should call for a discussion that this is going to threaten our existence. What are we going to do? What are the steps the company is taking? It may so happen that company may feel that, oh, we are in a niche market and where they are going, we are not over there, we need not be there. So these things, because even as auditors, they have to talk about the importance of continuity so far as the company is concerned. There's new CARO rules, CARO regulations which have now come. They are required to comment on these things. So I think first step is to demand a discussion, to understand what is the strategy of the company, how they are going to do this. And suppose if they submit a plan, then we have to ensure that at the board level, the plan is monitored throughout the execution of the plan. And of course, the outcomes and results, production numbers or whatever is there, we will go on seeing that we are monitoring. We should insist on having a separate item in the agenda, which says that, oh, we are going to track this thing separately. So like, SEBI's LODR, we have to track it separately. For example, if the company has raised funds, then the end utilization of the funds we have to track separately. So as a project, I think this, according to me, would be the response to such a thing. I don't know if it is ideal response, but this is how I would look at it.
See, I see there are two issues here. One is about making the announcement. The second thing is about the proprietary of the board, where you need to see that whether the project has been put up.
I am asking it from the perspective of the existing company.
That's what I'm saying. See, as an existing company, there are two issues again, competition and your business development. Correct. Now, rather than going into the nitty-gritty, the question is in principle, do we agree because as an independent director or even as an executive director, leaving aside the executive director, as a director, what is the access to information you have? And here, do we do micromanagement from any perspective, from the opposite side or from the main person? So I would say that whether the question should be in principle and in policy, are we complying with the governance of the board structure? If it is not, then we have seen so many star CEOs, we have named them, and those star CEOs actually have taken companies down to the ground. So in this case, as an independent director, particularly from the independent director perspective, I think we need to look at the proprietary of both, and that related to the business. Expansion is okay. I mean, one can always do the expansion or even a new competition or further competition. So what Dinabintu said, this is just an addition.
I mean, I think both of them have covered aspects. I'll only supplement what they have said. Is if I were an incumbent company, first thing I would do is, what are my strong areas and what are my weak areas? I would look at, can I expand the market? And the best example is LIC. LIC, when all the private sector came in, they are, compared to banking, in insurance, LIC has lost market share far slowly than the way State Bank. And State Bank has not lost much of its market share. It continues to be, maybe it was 22, 23% of the banking sector. It is still about 16, 17% of the banking sector. The way I would do is, my weak areas, either I leave them or I grow them. What I can do before the new competitor comes. And the second I would do is, ring fence my strong areas. What can I do? The last question, I know Vikas is I'm meeting, and this is on nomination and remuneration committee, and this is on one topic I think Rajnikant raised, but I would leave, all of you can one after the other supplement, is performance management. In most boards, every director rates every other director as an excellent performance. You scratch my back, I scratch your back. And I think I see Shailesh Bhai. I had the mortification because in one board, I don't know whether he's still associated with it, but he was associated. I gave a feedback on one of the directors, and then I was called by the chairman and asked, what do I do with your peer performance review? how would you handle it?
No, I think this is a very important thing where you tend to take everywhere 4 and 5. But let me tell you, my experience has been that with the fellow board members, we have not had much problems because all of them are actually, see, unless it is a very promoter-dominated board, then you see that, somebody's relative or something is there. And I don't think we have much experience, except for me for one board. I have had all experiences of professional kind of boards. So inter-se between the board members, you don't have a problem. But the major problem is with the management, where, the management does not perform its full potential, or the quality of the paper and the information which is put up is not good enough. And I tell you, I have worked for years in ensuring that the paperwork which is put before the board is really up to the mark and everything is concerned. So this is one of the biggest weak area which I have seen in most of the boards. And then not timely. Last minute, they will give you the papers and then you are expected next day meeting to be ready with that. So these kind of problems are there. But board members inter-se, I think I have had all good experience with the board members.
Just 30 seconds, Vikesh, I promise. No, I just wanted to add that, I talked a little bit about teamwork, trust, and transparency. I think that becomes vital. And I'm not referring to other boards that I participate in, but specific to Yes Bank, for example, we had to check our egos at the door. And we had to come in with a very different kind of spirit, where we agreed that we all had something to learn from each other, and that nobody was right all the time, and that we would all learn from each other in that process. And if somebody had a better idea, we would accept that idea, right? So it was a matter of coming in at the right spirit. The only other point I would add is that I don't think it's a good idea for any committee to insert itself between the MD CEO and the board. I think the committee should not buffer the performance of an MD CEO. The MD CEO should be ultimately evaluated by the board, but the recommendation could come from the NRC. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll only add two aspects to it which are emerging, and we will see the impact over the next years. Is increasingly, I know of large companies where some directors who are taking extra responsibilities, their remuneration is differential. So within the board, they are all not remunerated equally. Now, the board always says, as far as employees are concerned, performance must determine their pay and their perks. I think that principle must apply to the board itself. And the second is, at least I would say in some of the boards that I have been associated where non-independent directors, family directors are there, I am forcing them to take responsibility if they want continue to be paid what they were paid. Thank you.
We already have Vikesh Walia sir here to felicitate our dignitaries. It has not been a dragged session, but a more detailed session, I believe. I also request Shailesh Bhakti ji to join Vikas Walia sir to felicitate the dignitaries on stage with a memento.
Ladies first.
Yes.
Sir, please.
Okay, last.
I think he always wants the last.
Very spirited discussion you had.
Oh, it was a very
liked it.
Yeah.
I once again take the moment to thank our sponsors, BoardPack, BSc, Uptapped, Global Insurance Brokers.
Normally what happens is every month we get not more than 1 or 2 fellow members and life members because our selection criteria is very tough. So the proposal goes to the head office for approval and the whole committee sits there for each and every approval of the fellow member. Also for the life members, we choose people selectively. Most of the applications are rejected and very few get selected. So every month we don't get more than 1 or 2 in Western region, and therefore whenever that happens, every 2-3 months we do a ceremony. It becomes a smaller ceremony. This time what has happened, sir, that due to last 2 years, this ceremony could not be held. So we have about 50 people, of whom today about 20 odd have decided to spare their time and come for this. Normally we also give a speaking opportunity, but we will have to request not to have a speaking opportunity this time. So only the announcement is made and formal shawl and certificate token is given so that you have a good picture opportunity which can be used for other purpose also.
So let's begin the session. We first have Mr. Shankar Gargapathy ji from Lloyds, India. Mr. Manoj Ward, lawyer J.S. Ward and Co. Advocates. Mr. Rohit Ranjan, Managing Director, Citibank National Association. Mr. Alok Sapre, Chairman and Managing Director, CIA Global Ventures LLP. A.R. Shankar, Chartered Accountant, A.R. Shankar & Co. Mr. Dharmarajan, sir, Managing Director, Impact Share Business Consulting. Mr. Gaurav Prakash, Chief Strategy Officer, BRTSIF of the BSc Institute Limited. Mr. Himanshu Jain, President, Indian Subcontinent Diversity Hygiene India Private Limited. Mr. Jagdish Ladda, Managing Director, Century Textiles and Industries Limited. Mr. Malay Patel, Managing Director, EVA Engineering Company. Mr. Mihir Javeri, Co-founder and Chief Business Officer, Vivek Services. Mr. Nasir Arivoli, Managing Director, Corop India Private Limited. Mr. Rakesh Bhutoria, CEO, SREI Infrastructure Finance Limited. Mr. Ravi Krishnamurthy, President, SBI Life. Mr. Sanjay Pote, Managing Director and CEO, Stock Holding Corporation of India Limited. Mr. Sanjay Sharda, Managing Director, Educe Education Private Limited. Mr. Shubhit Sehgal, Executive Director, ChemPro Pharma Private Limited. Mr. Tirumalai Rajgopal, Independent Director, HDFC Ergo General Insurance Company Limited. Yes. Mr. Jamnathan Malik, Legal Entity Head and Global Head Special Projects for Chemtech Division, Sulzer Singapore Private Limited. I now request Mr. Lakshmikant Gupta, Captain Philip Matthews, Mr. Preeti Panwar to kindly come close to the dais. We have Preeti Panwar, CEO, LIC Pension Fund, LIC of India. Mr. Shrikant Kalyana Sundaram, Deputy General Manager, Human Resource, John Cockrell India Limited. Asit Naik, Sir, fellow member of IOD.
Sir, 1 second, sir. Sir, 1 second.
Thank you, Shailesh sir, and thank you, Vikas sir. Here we come to the end of the felicitation session, and I now request Vikesh Walia sir, Honorary Zonal Director, Western Region IOD, to kindly deliver the formal vote of thanks.
Yeah, I think this in-person event happening after 2 years had been really very fulfilling for me. All of you registering the big numbers, participating and coming here, sitting this late evening also with us. Thank you very much to all the participants in the first place, because without you, this conference would not have been a success. And many thanks to all our inaugural session, chief guest, guest of honors, speakers, and all the partners and sponsors, including Board Pack, including IMA, including global insurance brokers and UpDapt. All of you have really been a great support to us. And of course, over and above everyone, it is the BSc. BSc had been a great support, and the team IOD I must thank each one of you also for having worked so hard, right from Sharad Prabhu, who is our in charge for conferences, Preeti Arora, Manoj Khokle, Purnima Prajapati, Kunal Sabnis, and Anup Singh. All of you, you have really worked hard to make it a success. And thank you very much for all the team at BSc Backend to support us, the technical cell, and everyone. I'm really grateful to each one of you for giving us a very, very smooth and pleasant hosting and the event experience. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. And we look forward to meeting again. On 17th, we have our forthcoming Masterclass for Directors, for which, again, we will be having a members meet, and then we will meet again. Thank you so much.
Is your device preference holding you back from your board meetings? Experience the remote meeting transformation. Now you can join or conduct any meeting with your preferred device of choice. BoardPack, the world's most user-friendly board meeting automation solution, supports desktops, laptops, Windows Surface, Android tablets, iPads, Android phones, and iOS devices, so you can join all your meetings remotely and securely. To learn more about how you can get BoardPack installed on your preferred device for your next board meeting, reach out to one of our business managers at sales@boardpack.co. Secure collaboration at your fingertips.
When you're a certified management accountant, managers will do whatever it takes to get you on their team.
We'll pay for your lunch.
We'll pay for your apartment.
Because people who turn data into decisions are always in demand. CMA, it makes all the difference.
See you on Monday.